Hello. Alright, I'm gonna continue on here with the melee mage that I was playing most recently and before. Most recently and before. Wow, look at all this. Look at all this. Look at all of it. Shrouded plateau. Plateau. Shrouded plateau. Alright, let's go. Alright. Shrouded Plateau. Shrouding that plateau up. We're shrouding it up. It's getting shrouded up by a melee mage. Whatever the hell that means. So, I think it's interesting how we have 2 likes on that post already, but only 1 concurrent in here. And I did see a second concurrent, but it's almost like it's being hidden. I saw it briefly, but then I didn't see it anymore. So the only thing that happened between that, like, you know, like what you see on it where I talk about what happened on that post, you know, the only thing that happened between that and last night, the only thing that happened was that I uploaded that short. And it was from this device. Yep, that's it. That's the only thing that happened. I uploaded a short from this device. And that's sort of maliciousness. So yeah, that's just to give you a little update there. That's the reality of all that happened. Now, you know, I mean, we could sit here all day and talk about how, you know, social media platforms are being manipulated, reached. It's all day long, right? So, the question you have to ask yourself is, when we're in America, why is this happening? When we're in America, why is this happening so much? Remember, it's supposed to be great, right? It's great, right? So why is this happening? Why do I know somebody? Why is it that I know somebody personally whose electric bill went from $300 a month to $800 a month? Why is it that I personally know somebody and nothing changed? There's no change of habits or anything like that. Just $300 a month to $800 a month. Well, it shouldn't have even been $300 a month. That's absurd. It shouldn't have even been that. And then to 800. So what? How's it great? What's great about it? What's great about that? That's pretty terrible. Yeah. And we're talking, like, I saw this bill with my own eyes. It's not like hearsay. I saw this with my own eyes. $300. No change. 3 days. 300 days. Interesting. And almost like somebody's intentionally causing things to use too much power. Be interesting stuff though. And how long have I been talking about this? I'm warning you that, you know, there's, like, again, you have a completely incompetent administration. They don't care about anything except saving what little reputation they have left, and they're not doing that. All they're spending their time doing is covering things up. They're not doing anything proactively. So when that happens, you just constantly have these successful psyops. And in a modern day, that's guerrilla warfare, man.
I am not a man of many pockets.
And we have evidence of the current guy intentionally, you know, helping the enemies out. So I don't understand what's left to figure out about that, you know. Okay. So if you notice, we had a couple of concurrence in here until I started talking about certain subjects. Same one concurrent that we saw at the start. But again, I want to reiterate, obviously it's not that. Like, obviously people can come and go as they please. You know, the whole point is that they're making it look like one. Like, that's the obviousness of it. Like, no, like, are you kidding me? You really want us to, you expect us to believe that just one concurrent? Just one. Out of all these people that have been in here, all these views that have been removed lately. Remember that last stream I did? It had like up to 700 views. And then I just took it back down to a certain number and locked it. That was very clearly that stream where I talked about Steam. Oh, quite a number of other things. Yeah, conveniently. Yep. I am absolutely sick and tired of gigantic companies sitting on here acting like they are going to threaten people that have been victims of their company. Victims of things they have actually done. I am sick and tired of that, because that's exactly what's happening. Where, like, essentially these companies are harassing you, have harassed you, have been doing this. You're simply talking about it, so they harass you even worse. Like, it literally is what is happening. Oh yeah. Why do you think why do you think anybody gets threats and stuff like that? Because people talk about things that have actually happened. So about now, what you're going to see is you're going to see no likes on the stream. So several people are now supposedly cycling in and out, right? And somebody's mashing the laugh emoji, right? Except there's no likes on the stream. Everybody that's in here is watching the stream, but there's no likes. So the point is that this is what happened the other day. I pointed out that there was an absurd amount of people in here on that follow-up stream where I talked about dumbass Mitch McConnell and how he looked like he was stroking out in this picture. And, you know, again, anytime I have ever talked about this guy, somebody is here to mess with my views, try to hack this device that I am streaming from. Literally, Mitch McConnell. Every single time I have ever mentioned Mitch McConnell. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder if that means that Mitch McConnell's a criminal. I wonder if that's what that means. I wonder if that's what that means. Remember, he's been in office since 1985. Remember, he's also the same guy that admitted he would not be an impartial juror while ruling on Trump's impeachment trial. Even though that's illegal. And he did this right before, and in front of the press, right before the impeachment trial. Go find that. Midas Touch, please cover that. I don't mind. Take my idea. I love it. I love it when somebody's like, yes, let's all talk about this. Seriously. Go find it. Cover it. God, I'd love that. That'd be hilarious. I think that's it. Hilarious. Nothing would make me happier than just to see him squirm even more.
I am not a man of many pockets.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's literally torturing the American people for the sake of the fact that he did a bunch of terrible things. What the hell's wrong with this dude? I mean, it's just the truth, man. I gave him so many chances to... Remember? I even said somewhat recently, I was like, hey, look, he did something I liked for once. But then, short-lived, he just keeps being a douchebag. It's just the truth. dash tab 30. Gotta keep idols. And I guess I'll keep some of this stuff too. Did I see some idols? Oh, that's because I had started this here and then decided I'm putting a whole tab on it. That's right. That's why. That's why that happened. That's pretty cool. See, my rings are set, so I don't really want to break them up with this particular build, but some of these rings are pretty cool. Oh, 132% increased cold. Alright. So I think it's fair to say that I am putting that in my inventory now. Because this is awesome. So. Finally did get a better sword. Well, one that is better for what I'm doing anyway. I don't, you know. Yes. Say better because it was a good sword for a while.
Take care.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I need more. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Okay. Holy cow. Holy cow, did you see that one? Holy cow. That was a good one. That's a good one. Holy cow.
Yes.
Holy cow. Holy cow. This isn't where I was. Oh wait, yes it is. Holy cow. Did you see that? It was an awesome one. It was worth 8,000, holy cow. Ruined City. The city is ruined. It's ruined. Wait. So you see kind of what's going on here with the bullshit, so just calling it out. Documenting the lies of the views. And, you know, anytime you come in the stream, literally anytime you come in the stream, it just says there's always one person watching, no matter what. Always says. There could be 0, there could be 15, there could be 20, there could be 7, there could be 9. It just says there's one watch. Every single time you come in the stream. It literally doesn't say anything else ever. That's why I started putting that counter in. Because literally, like, you come in the stream, that's what it says. And that's why, like that's probably why people are like, holy shit, there's that many people watching. Because when you come in the stream, that's literally what it fucking says. Get a mobile device and come in the stream on your mobile device. It says one watch. Yeah. That's what it says. Oh, look. The person removed their like. That's normal behavior. That's not the same person that has like 50,000 accounts that sits here and likes the stream up to a certain number and then removes them all. No, totally not. It's not the same person that's in here hitting the laugh emoji every second of every stream. Totally not. It's totally not who it is. This one's cool. What the heck? Look how cool this one is. Look at this. One view. One person in here, guys. Just one. Just the one. It's just one. I believe, especially with how irresponsible you were when I reported, you know, this person that was doxing personal private information all over the platform. Especially how irresponsible you were when I reported that. You didn't do anything. So, yeah, you just let somebody do that for an entire year. So, yeah, I just, I totally believe that the views are being counted too. Especially since, you know, again, you keep seemingly... See, like, I do these things where I see if they're watching my screen and stuff like that. You guys think this is conspiracy, but they really do these things. And so, I get all these screenshots that they think aren't saved, and I leave them there as, like, incompleted work. And they'll actually sit here and, like, cause outages and stuff briefly for the sake of, like, trying to get me to lose all that. Because remember, I told you guys this a couple times. So, like, the whole point was to set them up in such a way that they would actually sit here and do that. And they're really doing those things. They're really sitting here and causing outages for the sake of getting somebody to lose a bunch of stuff that proves that they're stealing views. Because... yeah, I probably, like, you have to understand, like, somebody like me that has endless ideas, that's a whale. That's a whale. That's somebody that other content creators become inspired by, and they have. People admitted that to me. And, you know, like, just endless channel ideas and content ideas. So this is why they're doing this. They don't want everybody to understand what, you know, I should be to this platform. And the endless things that I have done to help out, where other people have then swooped in and sort of taken this through word of mouth, because that's what they've done. You know, where they'll diminish anything that I have of value, where you don't see it, you don't see those videos, where I call something out and something like that, you know, like a scam or something like that. You'll never see that. They'll not show any views to that. They'll flat out remove views if it gets trending. They'll just lie about it. But then, if we have, the point is, you're supposed to notice if we have something where we're like trying to make it real personal. It sounds like it's personal. It sounds like we're like, you know, like getting upset or something like that. Really lots of viewers, lots of trending, and you guys have seen that. You've seen that. Where there's a definitive, you know, real thing that they're doing here to intentionally get my stuff seen when it's embarrassing, you know, or something like that, you know, toxic, embarrassing, bad for the streamer, and then not promote the stuff that's good content. You know what I'm saying? And that's what this platform has struggled with, flat out, like cults, people attacking other people, stealing, you know, entire channels, you know, copyright, that sort of thing. I mean, it's all over the place. Botting and stuff. And that's what happened to me on here. You know, like, that's what we're talking about on here. We just have, like, all this freaking botting going on. So, again, just boils down at the end of the day to YouTube sitting here, again, keeping channels that they sort of maybe like at a happy spot where they wouldn't, you know, suspect anything's going on, and then people that could realistically do something about it, you know, like pen testers or something like that. They're the only ones that are realistically growing because they would be able to figure it out. Like, they would immediately see what's going on and like look into it, sort of thing. So to them, it's gonna look like a lot. It's gonna look like, you know, anybody that's saying that it's not true, because they'll try to duplicate that and it won't work for them. Maybe I'll try this one. It's really just that big enemy that I kept running into. Those guys are a pain. It doesn't seem like I'm having an easy time with them. You know, like, we've talked about plenty of stuff that other people are finally touching on now, where I've sat here and warned you guys about how trash Windows 11 was going to be. I warned you about the Riot Games trash before anybody said anything about it. You know, I literally made a short on that, warning you about it, showing you. I sat here and talked about how Windows 11 framework was going to be absolute garbage before Windows 11 was even out for like general use. Talked about how terrible it was going to be. Did anybody sit here and follow along and give credit where it's due? Nope. All they did was flock to where they normally flock to, all these other channels that already were covering that type of thing, and now are finally saying that stuff. Again, I was saying this stuff a couple years back. Like, well, this is what Microsoft always does. They retire entire lines of fucking hardware just because they wanna say, oh well, dirka dirka dirky dir. We can't keep up with the updates. Dirka dir. Well, guess you shouldn't have a monopoly on an OS then. I guess you shouldn't. I guess you shouldn't have a monopoly on an OS. You're not gonna be able to do that. I guess that's the problem about that. I guess having a monopoly on an OS, that would be the problem. You can't promise doing that. So, yeah, I mean, I've been talking about this stuff for a while, but you know, the scouters for other channels, they come and they scout and they steal the ideas and they go back to their channel. That's literally all that this is. And they try to cause problems for you. Seriously. That's all that's going on here. Like, just complete fraud on a really big level. And YouTube allows it. Like, that's kind of my point. Like, they're helping channels that they already, like, majorly profit from to kind of bury other channels. So, you know, again, scheme. Where, you know, you only let certain people in your little club. If anybody else wants to join, well, I mean, it should be more about their ideas than their investment. You know, how much the ideas are earning, and then instead you steal those ideas and give them to other channels instead of. Like, that's the whole point. They're stealing, like, legitimate ideas from people that have fresh ideas and fresh thoughts and stuff like that, and then poaching them for these channels that already exist, will exist. They won't go anywhere, and that's why. It's not right. It's really fucked up. And it's happening on a pretty big scale. You know, because again, like, that channel that would claim to help or something like that, they wouldn't actually research your, like, what's going on. What they would do is give you a quick, dismissive answer, sort of like politics, where people don't really actually research anything anymore. They just give quick, dismissive answers. Truthfully, people aren't researching things. They don't know what they're talking about most of the time, or know how to do research anymore. So it seems. I mean, it's not everybody. Like, there are some people still okay with it, but there's like a real huge education problem. There is. It's a real big education problem.
The trap now! The hunt rolls! My heart roars! Forward to the trap! Freeze me! Quickly, to me!
You see, the way it works is people have a natural tendency to become ignorant to things that they don't use all the time. Even if they've learned it, there's a real good chance they're going to become ignorant to something, you know, just because, you know, they don't use it regularly. You know, it really is the sort of thing that you need to use that stuff, and if you don't use it in like what you do on like a daily basis and stuff like that, then that's kind of the point. Like, most people, this is the case. They're gonna forget a lot of the stuff they learn because they're not being regularly educated about it. They don't use it regularly, and this is a pretty honest realization where unless there's a real reason for you to be using this thing, this skill, this information that you once learned, oftentimes when you go through stress or you go through things in life, you sort of have the subconscious ability to think that it's not useful, you know, so you sort of slowly start to forget certain things that you really don't use regularly, if that makes sense. So it's actually a real thing, and a lot of people are doing this, where the regular just general average IQ is very low anymore. It's not where it should be. And people just are being devolved, basically. I think it's, you know, I think it's a, you know, again, the psyops, the social thing, and I see it a lot with men, actually. I know how that sounds, but I see it a lot with men. Where it seems like it's more of a men problem with men.
Fools!
You know, where like the answer isn't to, you know, like everything's got to be a fight. Like nothing, there's no answer. There's no calculated answer. Everything must be war and conquering. So, yeah, I mean, when the average IQ already, I remember people talking about the average IQ a while back, you know, sort of kind of being between like 90 and 110, sort of, you know, like, that's average IQ. I'll be honest though, if you have an IQ of like 90, it's pretty low. It's actually pretty low. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but if it's 90 or lower, I mean, like that's you're not gonna get by very well. Like, I'm just trying to be honest. You gotta strive for a little more than that. And that's just the honest truth. Like, there'll be certain things you just don't understand. You can't lack problem-solving capabilities. You can't lack reading comprehension. These are really, really important things to society and to people, and it's becoming methods. People relying on the internet for everything, you know. People don't even read anymore. They watch something or they listen to an audiobook. And I understand wanting to do that at times when you can't read or something like that. You know, wanting to listen to an audiobook, but like, you know, also understanding the importance of reading too. Like, that's why I try to balance it. Like, I actually end up reading a lot because while yes, I do watch certain media outlets and stuff like that, for the most part, a lot of the stuff that I do and reading I do is actually like news articles and things like that. I think it's really important to remember that at any point in that article, you know, yeah, you know, like the headline can mislead you. You have to actually read it. That's important. And a lot of times it doesn't even take that long. Like they intentionally make these things short because, like, anymore, that's the point. Nobody wants to read anything. They sort of kind of have to. So there's just really no excuse, but we just have so many outlets that are called media outlets that Trump created that are actually fake news. Like, he literally created a whole bunch of fake news media outlets for the purposes of besmearing any truth that he didn't want out there about him. I mean, literally what he did. Wow. And wholly aside from that too, you have this whole AI thing going on where you run the risk of, you know, becoming so uneducated that relying on the AI would then possibly mean that you're relying on the current administration to not meddle in the response, you know, and that's just not the case. They clearly are. Dirt 1 clearly is.
I am not a man of many parts.
And while I don't necessarily think the Democrats would really give a flying F about meddling in what you ask from Gemini, Trump does, because he's sitting here hiding the files and all kinds of things. So, yeah, of course. You know, I mean, like, I watched his deposition. Well, his I'm gonna call it that. I watched when they attempted to get answers out of him, and all he did every single time, and this is Midas Touch recording on this, you can check them out.
I am not a man of many pockets.
But he like literally like he literally just sat there and pled the fifth with every single question.
I am not a man of many pockets.
Like, you know what that means, right? I am not gonna answer this. Because I don't have to. I'll just say nothing. I'm gonna say nothing about that too.
I am not a man of many pockets.
I'm gonna say nothing about that too. 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 Oh, that question? I'm gonna say nothing about that too. Oh, that question? I'll say nothing about that too. Oh, that question? Nope. Same answer. And eventually you started doing that too. You just started going same answer. Same answer. So this is him being questioned about Epstein. Plead the fifth, 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 plead the fifth. Like, I could sit here probably go on for several minutes. Like in succession of just saying plead the fifth and still not say it enough times, more times than he said it. I swear, like he said it that many freaking times. That's how many questions he was asked that he had to plead the fifth, where he's not going to answer that question. Why wouldn't he answer it? And then from his own words, you know, he's the one that used to say things like pleading a fifth means that you're guilty. He's the one that said that. It's like, well, it's not necessarily the case.
A man of many
but
pockets.
clearly he thinks that's the case, so obviously in his case that since he thinks that, it's just not the case. Some people actually can be implicated and plead the fifth for purposes of not being implicated. I mean, like, it's that simple. It really isn't like that for some cases. But no, I mean, like, he's obviously for him that's not the case, you know. So he just thinks this way. It's like all the other stuff that he said that isn't normal.
Fools!
Zero likes on the stream. The person has liked and removed the like several times. Hit the laugh emoji. Still watching, lingering in the stream. There's always several watching. And again, if you come in the stream, if you leave the stream and come in the stream, it doesn't really say it accurately. It just says one watching. And I'm talking when you come in the stream. I'm not talking like you refresh it or something. I'm just talking like when you initially get in the stream. It just always says there's one watching. I'm aware if you refresh it I'm aware you can get it to say the proper thing. I'm not like saying that. I'm just saying each time you come in, if you initially come in, it just says there's one watching. It's like literally scammed to try to tell each person that would watch a stream based on, you know, like essentially feels weird watching a stream where you're the only one in there. Well, those people will leave the stream. So that's what they're trying to do. It's a little messed up, I think. Obviously it's messed up. Alright. Well, I think I did that right, so...
I am not a man of many pockets.
There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know if I really want any of this crap. Okay, that'll keep. That'll keep. I'll keep that. 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 Alright, 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 it's pretty good. Alright, some of it's pretty good. I don't want that. No, it's pretty freaking good, actually. What the f- Some of this is really cool. 248% stun, increased stun chance. That's insane. 329% increased stun chance with melee attacks. What the heck? See, I like that. That's actually really cool. And I know I just got one too, so let's compare 48. Is it the same? It's not the same. This one's a little better, I think. It is. This one's a little better. Hold on. Wow. 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 Yeah, so I don't need that. I don't need the other one. It's better by like 1 point, but it all adds up, right? Oh, wait a minute. See, lightning penetration with electrify isn't. But other stuff is. Okay. Maybe I should just keep both. I'm gonna put both right here though, so I can see them. Okay. That's helpful. I'll put the tome in here. Oh, wow. Wow. Do I need another tab already? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my... Shit. Alright. It is what it is.
Yes. Take care.
Oh, I wonder if I should go back here, or if I should go here, or where the f I should go. Underground Palace. Underground Palace. Underground Palace. I know, I didn't go to the other one, but that's okay. I'm doing this one stuff. We're here. Oh my god. Come on, bud. We are doing it. We are doing the map. The end of time stuff. You know, there's sort of like rifts. You see, we got our activators, modifiers, active modifiers. That's where that came. That's where that came. On the right side of the screen, we got our active modifiers. Activated modifiers. That's probably what I was trying to say. Sounds about right. I don't know. Dark in this one. This one's dark. This one's dark. I keep wondering if I should increase brightness, but at the same time, every time I'm in like a lit area, it's fine. So I think it's just supposed to look like this. Like, you know, like they want it to be dark, it should look dark. But there is a brightness adjustment. They have a lot of stuff that you can adjust. Oh. When you summon a totem, you also summon 4 storm sprites around the totem. 6-second cooldown. That's not my class, is it? I don't think it is. Totem usually implies, like, shaman. I think. No idea. I'll look it up. Or is that Pally? Is there one with Pally? I'll have to look into it. It's just odd. Like, it's clearly, you know, like, something where obviously you're casting totems there, so I don't necessarily, I mean, I guess I could try it. I don't think it's gonna be the one I have. It really is. I'll show you here in a second. So we're running the I got this recently and it ended up being really good. So I'm running that. And then that's my one-handed, so then I can do this too. And that's huge. Okay, so you have to understand that has a lot to do with some of the, you know, like the stuff that I'm able to do here. So it's really not, I don't think it's worth it, obviously, if you can't get a one-handed, so that way you can do something with that. Because I just don't, I think that's what you want to do. Because again, one-handed, you're also doing your melee attack faster. You know, it's one-handed. So there you go. And like I said, that's the rainbow edge there. So, and then my my set. Okay, I actually could replace this, my fault. But that one I want to keep. And I'm actually doing this. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm doing this because of the, I think the increased elemental speed, spell cast speed. I think that's actually why I'm doing that. But I might be able to rationalize doing something else by now. Cause that's not, I don't know that that's benefiting me at this point. As much as I'd like it to, you know. But the 2 set, I think that's why I'm doing that. And then I get all, obviously I still have all that since it's a shock build. So there you go. Obviously, obviously you guys know the invoker in D3 is Thorns, but that's the invoker set in this one. Probably stand to get a better amulet too. Yeah, necklace. Obviously, I just have a purple one. So. Yeah, the sooner I get something better for that. Obviously we have this too. But you know, the sooner I get a unique, I do like the 152 dodge rating though, and that's a lot of why I'm doing that, is that 152 dodge rating. So yeah. And then the Ashen Crown is how I'm casting Elemental Nova like this. So if you're wondering how I'm doing that, that's that. Because otherwise it just casts at your target, your location, your caster's location. You can't normally just do that. So you would have to have that Elemental Nova count is now cast at the target location. So like a lot of this stuff, it was just trying to think ahead of why I would do that. So if I get something else that can justify me losing that, fine, but you know, that is incredibly useful, obviously, so. Oh wow, this is a pretty big one. Maybe we'll move on. Maybe we'll move on here. Because this is a pretty big one. Oh wow. Oh, that's pretty good. Wow. Oh wow, that's really cool. Holy cow. 163% chance to shred armor on melee hit. Holy cow. Wow, look at the mana regen on that. Some of these are really good. Wow, man. Yeah, that's stun chance. Jeez. Yeah, some of this is actually a pretty good. It's pretty good gear we got there. All right. I think most of that's worth keeping. I think I'm just gonna. Because what you'll find out is when, like, if you want to do another character or something like that. Now, again, this is just legacy. It's not the seasonal. It's not the season right now. But when you have another character and you're starting off, what you'll find out is that at first gear's going to be a bit sparse. So it's always good to have a good selection of stuff that you can have, you know, try to use as you level up. Now, some of this stuff is pretty high in level, but some of it's not. So it's good to just keep a bunch of stuff, because you might run into a situation where you still don't have a good this or a good that. So now that I have all this to choose from and I'm constantly getting stuff, now I'm not going to necessarily run into that later, where I can just go through here and be like, all right, let's see if I have something in here where I'm missing this in my build, but I've now stashed it in here and I just have to kind of look for it and be like, oh, there we go. That'll work. And, you know, it either is or isn't the level or whatever, but the idea is it increases the chance that that's not gonna, you know, happen. So that's a good thing. Obviously, you don't want to run into that. Yeah, I just don't think it's gonna be better. You can try it. Just for the heck of it, I'm gonna give it a shot. Just for the heck of it. I just want to see how it does. But let me do this first, obviously.
Yes.
All right.
Take care.
So we'll give this a shot. Now it does, like, just looking at my stats, it does look like it's not better, doesn't it? Like, as I replace it. Yeah, my crit's significantly higher with the sword, but I don't know, maybe we'll see. Again, I don't think it's for what I'm doing, but it'll be interesting just to give it a shot. Alright, so let me go somewhere. Let me go kind of back where we were. Was I here? I feel like I was kind of here, actually. I wanted to be here. Oh no, I think this is where I was. Yeah, this is where I was. Alright, because I wanted to try it in the same spot. That's the main thing. Alright, we'll go to the barren slums here and give it a shot. Wow. Alright. Pretty interesting stuff. Alright, so I have that thing equipped.
Fools!
Maybe it is better.
Fools! Fools!
Huh. Okay, I wanna like just use it a little bit. I wanna get a good feel for this. Let me go this way. It actually might be better. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna give it a fair comparison, but it very well might be better. This is cool. I don't know if I've seen a tome entrance before.
Chaos. We know it well, do we not? No matter what life we led before now, chaos was the sole constant.
Well. Okay. Wow.
War, death, her threads are only the beginning. Her web...
This is cool. Alright, now let me switch back here. Switch mid-boss. Okay, it might not be better. It is hard to tell, but I think this one actually is a little bit better. And I kind of thought that would be the case. Yeah, it is. It's better. I just, you know, it doesn't hurt to do a direct comparison sometimes, but like I said, sort of on-off equipping there, it's hard to tell with the skills. Some are higher, some are lower. Really. Just all that here. Hey guys, there's no more than 2 people in the stream. Just exactly 2. No more. Just exactly 2. And then as soon as I say that, a 3rd one. As soon as I say that, instantly 3. Wow. Just like we've talked about. It never fails, does it? Just every time I just I prove these things are happening. I mean, literally, that's all that happened. As soon as I said that, instantly I heard everything. Oh, so really do. And then bam! Free. It's not even accurate either. It's probably 20 more. We've seen 20 more than that. Like, we know that I get more views. We've seen a consistent viewership in the teens and 20s lately. That's what the concurrents have been lately. So. I'm just saying. Pretty funny. I'm trying to pretend like this is all we... Oh, that's it! Just 2. But then if I point it out, 3. Briefly. Makes sense. Ah! I didn't hit it. I hit the wrong button. That was dumb. I hit the wrong button. Instead of healing, I did heal. And instantly there's 3 people in the stream. It's fascinating stuff. Instantly. Isn't that funny how that works? Huh. It's almost like the cult that was in here causing problems for Hitman 3 a while back. And then, you know, again, I would like very blatantly shoot somebody point blank and it wouldn't work the whole stream. But as soon as I had shoot him again a second time, man, that person goes fucking full force into the damn wall and glitches out so like so fucking hard they're plastered into the wall now. Yeah, and that was the entire stream. Point blank, in the face, nothing. Guy just keeps walking like he didn't do it. Oh yeah, makes total sense. And on the same stream as the stream where they were, you know, the gang bullshit in chat, where they were coming in right when I was dying and stuff like that. And then conveniently under these parameters, where I would get through the whole freelancer thing, I would very carefully do the whole thing. And again, very flawlessly, very well. And then I get to the end and just like every possible imaginable glitch. And then they would show up in chat, gang, and stuff as soon as I die. Isn't that interesting? Conveniently under those parameters too. Fascinating. fascinating stuff. I think that's fascinating. And these are the same people that are just lingering around doing this stuff. Same people. I think that's rather fascinating, if you ask me. I find that incredible. I do. Oh, now there's exactly 4. Exactly. It's not going up and down, it's just 4. Kind of like when my internet is literally being stolen, and the only thing that happened was I uploaded a video to YouTube using the very device that somebody was using to steal the internet. Fascinating, isn't it? And that was the device. And then sure enough, again. You know, again, you can clearly see, here I am, streaming from this device. Here I am. And again, all that happened was I uploaded a video, that short, that I uploaded last night, and then that happened. And proceeded to happen. Yeah. Fascinating stuff too. So what are these scammers doing with my my internet? Kind of like you know, again, it makes you wonder how somebody's electricity bill can go from $300 to $800. They didn't do anything to make it go up that much, or even a little bit, really. But from $300 to $800. Yeah. Because that's not a scam. Literally what that is fucking scam. That's all that is. That is literally a scam. $300 to $800 from one month to the next. That's it. Previous month it was 300, the next month it was 600. Literally that. That bad. That's a scam. Unbelievable. 3. 3. Just 3. That number. Just 3. You know, just one number for X amount of time. Not like, you know, people are in and out like it would make sense. No, nope, just 3. Yep.
Fools! Fools!
Cool. Okay. So where the heck is the rest of this? Three more left, and I did everything. What the heck? That's weird. That doesn't even make any sense. I guess we see the real nonsense that the retards were trying to cause for the games. You know, again, remember the hack was on this device. I did upload from this device. This device was causing it, and again, all I did was upload. So, you know, again, knowing that I uploaded to YouTube and they sat there and hacked the device that did the upload. I mean, it's very clear to see it's just YouTube doing it. And again, this is what they're doing. They're causing stuff like this where they're intentionally breaking video games for people. Like, this is all they have done. They've actually just sat here and broken, like, X amount of video games. And then you see confetti, confetti, confetti. Like, it's very clear. Like, remember all the times where I very clearly painted the picture that this is just trash fucking bullshit YouTube? Well, again, think about all the times where instantly a shitload of bots showed up in my chat to personally insult me and attack me right as I'm very clearly painting the picture that this is YouTube doing this. And I'm very clearly showing the scam YouTube is doing. So again, I have plenty of evidence that YouTube is removing thousands of views all the time from my channel. Plenty of evidence. And, you know, as I say this, we get confetti. What is it, party time? You know? So, you know, like, we see what's going on. We see, again, many times where YouTube could have done something about somebody that was doxing personal private information from many people, an entire family, basically. Many people, not just myself. Doxing personal private identifiable information from all these different people where it was being reported to them and they knew this. And I can show you plenty of emails where YouTube acknowledged being aware of this and did absolutely nothing about it. And then you see my bitrate start to slightly shift around. Okay? So it's very clear to see, again, that YouTube is doing this. So you see the little shift there? In the top right corner of your screen? So this is the point. This is what they're doing with that this device to cause that to happen, where again it's a meddling with the device to cause this to happen. And I have been sitting here talking about it for years, documenting them doing it and getting more and more further and invasive into my devices. They have broken several devices, several phones. I have documented the fact that none of this is happening on another mobile device on the network, on the same AT&T network, where these other devices, it's happening constantly, and they're very clearly spying illegally and interfering with these devices and making the device literally lose its signal completely and say emergency calls only, no service, or whatever. And meanwhile, while it does this, another device on the exact same network, same towers and everything, never does this. Never once. And it is an older device, way older device, and I have shitloads and shitloads of pictures and screenshots comparing both devices. And this is what YouTube doesn't want you to know. They don't want you to know that I sat here and I did that way back, and this is what my lawyer has signed on for, where the lawyer saw this and knew immediately what was going on, where I could prove that, again, there was another device that it was just never happening, and yet you're sitting here attacking all these other devices thinking that you're going to get away with it. So this is the one thing that they never knew. I have this. I have plenty of evidence of this and plenty of screenshots and picture proof of it. Doesn't change anything. Okay? The whole point is, I have all of those pictures. What they're doing here doesn't change that at all. Doesn't change anything. Doesn't change the fact that I have that and I have plenty of proof. Yep. And they sat here and did this forever. For how long? For how long have they been doing this? Since forever. Since the beginning. Screwing around with people. So the whole point is, a device that never ever touched YouTube. That never streamed with. I never streamed to YouTube with. Yep. And then conveniently, they've never done anything to this device. It's never had this problem. Yet you guys know that my phone is permanently connected to the cell towers. I can call it while it's inside a Faraday bag. And the seriousness of how terrible that is. And again, I got a new phone. A brand new phone through my carrier, thinking this would fix it. New SIM card. The carrier doesn't know why it's happening either. They even indicated to me that a scammer was separating my phone number on their fucking database. Literally, my phone number had been separated from the rest of the... And this should never have happened. Interesting. Yeah, confetti, confetti. Yeah, I wonder why somebody would be sitting here hitting an emoji button knowing that they're caught. Hearing all of this. Oh, that's right. Remember the cop that followed me to the AT&T store that day? The unmarked car? And they didn't say anything. They didn't approach. They said nothing. But they were following me around. Do you have any idea how illegal this is? They're following you around. They say nothing. Yeah. It's incredibly illegal. Yeah, you're just following somebody around. It's incredibly illegal. Yep, that happened. Several unmarked police vehicles followed me that day. Several. And turned off as soon as they knew they were being recorded. And when I got to the store, one of the AT&T employees admitted to me this is why they moved from the state they moved from, because the cops are just like this. Sounds like a lawsuit. And sounds like I have plenty of proof and plenty of other people to back me up. Yeah, sounds like it to me. Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like to me. Sounds like a lawsuit, and sounds like I got plenty of people to back me up. Remember that whole incrimination thing I told you about, where they just sit here and harass people until they do something? Yeah, again, I don't sit here and make a habit of just doing shit I shouldn't be doing. So, again, they're trying to sit here and push people's buttons, harass people. The whole point is, the moment that we yell and that we rage out or something like that, the stream's promoted, right? And when we have something legitimate content, talking about legitimate scams, illegal stuff, whatever, that gets no views, that's downplayed. Right, so they milk me on how to stop crime, don't show that to anybody else, do something about it themselves so it looks like they did something, all while sitting here trying to incriminate somebody else for whatever they possibly can. Because they don't like this person because of who they vote for or something like that. It's all politics. And that's terrorism. It's literally the definition of terrorism. And they're just doing it every day. How many times have we been messed with, or a hack happens, literally a hack on stream, right after I mentioned Mitch McConnell? Every time. Mentioned him earlier, and my bitrate was shifting around a little bit just now. Interesting, huh? Yeah. Yep. Pretty fascinating stuff, isn't it? I think it is. So, just as you see here where I'm seemingly done with the whole thing, there's clearly data corruption where I have 3 left. No, they're trying to interrupt me getting the whole reward and stuff like that, because I clearly was doing that, and I was doing just fine with it. And, like, that's the whole point. Just like, where they sit here and they fuck around with Elden Ring to the point where we see very obvious things that NPCs don't do. And we know NPCs don't do. No, they've seen it. They've seen it. Plenty of people have seen this stuff now, where they're watching my stream and they're like, that's not supposed to do that. And it's like unique glitches that should never happen. Yep. Yep. It's the truth.
Yes.
Just like I said with Hitman, where we're point blank range. And they were causing that to happen. Well, it's not. I mean, that has online servers. They're just sitting there and messing with the data. Yeah, like, all that does is make that person look even more guilty. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Think about the behavior of the person that does this. Doesn't it remind you of the Border Patrol agents that sit here and harass people in cities where they're not patrolling the border? And they would throw people on the ground for the sake of literally just killing them. Again, they have no jurisdiction to pull them over in the first place. They randomly run people off the road, pull them out of their car at gunpoint. I mean, terrorist activity. Again, they don't even have legal authority to wear police on their uniform. That is actually illegal to identify them as police. They are not police. It's illegal for them to identify as police. And they're just doing it. And again, operating as law enforcement. And it's incredibly illegal. They are literally, and they're not even doing it lawfully. They're doing it wrong. Not pulling people over with lawful reasons. No probable cause whatsoever. Just running them off the road. No lights. No police on the vehicle to identify. Oh, just a red Mazda. 4 people at gunpoint get out, identifying themselves as police. And they're not. And again, this is terrorism. Again, the whole point is, what does this remind you of? The whole point is, the more people record it, they just, like... That's what happened. Somebody's recording them illegally detaining somebody, and that's what happened. They chased after him down the road, ran him off the road, without a police vehicle, got out, guns drawn, and demanded to see their ID, yada yada yada, all while standing there trying to claim that they had any right to do what they were doing. No, it's literally just terrorism. They're a bunch of terrorists that ran somebody off the road because they got caught doing something illegal. It's exactly what's happening here. These fucking assholes are being caught doing something illegal. I'm documenting it, I'm talking about it, I'm showing it to you, and they do it worse. They act like an asshole. They sit here and spam the laugh emoji, the fucking confetti thing, like, unlike, come in here with a bunch of fucking accounts to throw shade on anything that the person would be saying. It's literally the same exact fucking behavior as it's been since the beginning. And remember, when I used to say it's just police, remember that? They would just disappear for weeks. They would get real fucking scared and disappear for weeks. Remember that? Yep. So all of a sudden now, recently, they're suddenly, I say it's that, they start acting different and opposite of that. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Laugh emoji, confetti, ha ha ha! Because the point is, they know they got caught. And they know that they acted incorrectly. They know that essentially they acted like a fucking guilty party would, an immature fucking retard. And it was very blatantly obvious that everybody saw the way they acted. So they just start coming on here and hitting the thing whenever, like, unlike, and just start doing it all different times because we started noticing patterns. The point is, we were calling out patterns. So they just started coming on here randomly and doing it at random times, fucking around, just doing anything they can. Now they're just fucking around with my internet, trying to hack my internet through devices that would just be on at random times. It is illegal. We're documenting it. We're screenshotting every single time this happens. And again, my ISP is fully aware, too, of what my internet's supposed to be. They're backing us up. They're like, there's no fucking way that should be like that. This is a bare minimum, okay? When I say that I show you a screenshot of my fucking internet of how fast it is and the fact that I can maintain this bit rate, it's a bare minimum, actually, okay? So that's what they're backing us up. They're backing up the fact that that's a bare minimum. Okay, that's bare minimum of what it should be. It should actually be above that. And you're sitting here saying, oh yeah, download rate 90. When again, it should be 800. Yeah, okay. No, you're stealing internet to sit here and cause a problem so that when I would get on stream, I would be, oh, unbeknownst to me. No, I'm not a fucking idiot. You are. You're sitting here attacking somebody that, again, you think doesn't know about this stuff, but no, in fact, you don't know about it. And you're sitting here attacking and learning, reverse engineering anything I say. You're just a cock-sucking retard. And it's just a bunch of fucking local cops that sit here and attack people. They're running a crime ring, and they get away with running crime around here. I called it out. I called out the fact that the local police stations around here are running crime rings, and they are getting away with it. They incriminated somebody, had them arrested, okay? Again, the whole point was they showed up here with way too much force. They were all inside the fucking no warrant, nothing like that. No. Unacceptable. And not only that, you can't even tell me why you were supposed to be here. The New Holland police served this? This isn't your jurisdiction. Why weren't state police here, you faggots? Why did the New Holland police... What the fuck do you have to do with anything? You stupid, low-life, dumb fucking piece of shits. In fact, all I can remember about the New Holland police is that they sit in the back of the park and stare at teenagers. In fact, that's all I can remember about them, is that they sit there in the back of the park and stare at teenagers and get in trouble for raping young women in the back of their squad cars. So, that's all I can remember about the New Holland police, is that I see them with young women, and I've seen this many times before, where I can see them staring at young women, and they hang around there around that time of year. Yep, the fucking gay wads do it too, and they sit there and they watch the teenagers where they should be patrolling, and they're just sitting there just staring at them instead of doing their jobs. That's what I see. I see the local police being fucking weird as shit and acting like they have any business doing anything that they're doing instead of doing their jobs. That's what I see. I see a bunch of assholes acting like a bunch of assholes. And I literally see absolutely no enforcement being done. All I see is me showing you how I'm being road raged all the time. And then a response the next day that looks like me being harassed. You know, I talk about it all. I literally show evidence of me driving down the road at a reasonable speed. And then, you know, again, all I do is show evidence that somebody is behind me, swerving back and forth. Speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down. And this is every day. And the cops around here don't do anything about it. It's been going on for years. And I talk about this and I show evidence of this by simply posting the fucking dash cam video, and what happens? What happens? We don't do anything? Just literally like, oh yeah, no, this hasn't been going on for years. Some asshole in a pickup truck didn't road rage you in a school zone when you're driving the speed limit through a school zone, and then this asshole road rages you in his pickup truck in a school zone. And then illegally passes you, blocks the entire road, and then when you're about to get out to handle things, to take care of things, he pushes on the gas pedal so fucking hard and speeds off down the road so goddamn hard that he has to have at least been going 90 to 100 miles an hour. And you want to think that you're doing your job at all. What do? And I can go to the same Walmarts around here where there's a lot of people, there's a lot of crime going on, and you don't do anything about it. You know, again, they can only do stuff about crime happening in the store. They are legally not allowed to chase people out of the building and not allowed to do anything about people in the parking lot. They cannot enforce anything outside the building. They can't do that. So again, if you are getting reports of all this illegal stuff going on at the local Walmarts and stuff like that, like where I can sit here and I can go in there and I can literally find evidence of pickup trucks parked in places where, again, your inspection tag is expired by several months, and this is a regular thing where I can just find this just simply driving into a grocery store, not even a Walmart, a grocery store lot in the area, and this is a regular occurrence, where this is regular, where people are regularly not getting inspections, and this is regularly happening at grocery stores. Why can I see it and you can't? Because you're not doing your job. You're sitting here trying to get crime to happen. You are committing crimes. That's the only excuse. Because again, otherwise you would. Otherwise, again, you would actually do something about it. I report it, I fucking post about it, and you're just like, duh. And, you know, when somebody calls 911 in this area, they don't do anything. If you call 911 in this area, nope. Nope. They don't do anything. They don't send police out if you call 911. They don't. And I have them, you know, again, that's all recorded when you call. So it's recorded that she said they don't do that. They don't send police out when you call 911. They don't do that. Oh, that's fascinating stuff. That is absolutely fucking fascinating, let me tell you what. Holy goddamn shit. What a bunch of goddamn retards. So, yeah, like, for whatever reason somebody's calling 911, it doesn't matter if they call 911, even if it would be a prank, and again, if obviously it wasn't, but even if it would be, you still send somebody out. Like, that's my point. Even if it was the most extreme as to somebody, like, pranking and it's not real or something like that, you still send a fucking vehicle out. Or you're stupid. Like literally that's it. You're just dumb. You're not doing things right. That is incorrect. That is not an emergency response. You didn't give a shit. Maybe somebody was being held hostage or something like that. Or something, and they were just trying to get, you know, they couldn't say it like that or something like that. They were trying to get a message out or something. You don't fucking know. But you're dumb and angry and triggered, and you don't do that. Well, that's what happens. That's literally what happens. Just dumb and angry and triggered. Yeah. This person became very angry and triggered when I asked for the name and badge number. And then proceeded to say, we don't do that. Then wanted my name. Amazing how that works, isn't it? They want my name, but won't give me theirs. Do you have any idea how illegal that is? Do you have any idea? It's actually extremely illegal. You could be a terrorist for all I know. You know, sitting there working at the police station, fucking around with people for all I know. And you're refusing to identify yourself. But I must identify myself. No, it's not how it works. It's not how the law works. It's not how it works at all. The whole point is that the reason cops can immediately ID you and stuff and claim that immediately before they have to answer any questions is because they show up with lights blaring. You clearly know they're a cop, and it says police. They are identifying as a police officer. It's very clear. It is very plain. Otherwise, they have no business asking for your ID. You don't have to identify until they identify as a police officer. Random person walks up and asks you for ID. You do not have to fucking comply. They must be a police officer. Otherwise, you don't have to fucking. Just like random federal agents, border patrol does not qualify as police. They cannot ID you. They cannot randomly walk up and be like, let me see some ID. They can't do it. They have to work with the state government and demand that the state government allow them to do that in that state, and it must be signed off by a judge. They can't just fucking do it. And they're supposed to actually work with the police still, too, unless the judge would authorize otherwise. They're there to work with the state authorities. Can't just do it. It's sort of like Terry stops in general. They're not really, it's a gray area, they're not really legal. It's sort of, they are, but they aren't. Then that's the point. Most cops would argue that they are legal. They're actually not. That's the reality. They're actually technically not. but most of them get away with it because a lot of times they find something. And that's why they think that. And they start, that's why they walk around the car, and they're not legal. You cannot actually stop them. Right in the Constitution. You can't. So then why can you get away with it? Very simple. Because in the state overrides federal government. So technically in the state, a lot of states will have like this thing that says they can do like, you know, it's sort of kind of like a stop ID thing, but can't stop an ID. It's right on the Constitution. Technically it's not legal. It's a gray area. So the whole point is that they're not really supposed to be doing that. They just protect it. Which is why they are afraid of lawyers and stuff like that. They pull over a lawyer, they just usually give up. Stuff like that. That's why. Lawyers, judges, because they know that that's most of what they do. Cops incriminate, they do not actually follow the law. They know that. That's why. And that's why they act that way, because that is most of what they do. And if all that judge and lawyer has to do is look into the history of that cop's career, and truthfully, most of the time, you can find something where he incriminated somebody instead of following the law. It's true. That's what they do. They do not use probable cause to investigate anybody. Anybody. Really anybody. Because they don't have it. Most times. Because it's true. You can't just walk up and do that. And a traffic stop is usually not probable cause for investigation of any kind. Unless they actually find something, and most of the time they don't, which is why you get the example of them planting things. And that's why they're very happy to. So that's what you have to realize is that's the reality behind this whole drug situation. If they steal a bunch of drugs from the cartel for the sake of evidence, what they can do is plant this on a shitload of people. But if they take it out of evidence, there's documentation of that. That's a lot harder to do. So what they're doing is they're just going to, you know, war with Venezuela and all this random shit for the sake of doing a bunch of illegal things, such as, again, having a bunch of drugs to plant it on people. So again, it's not right. And the entire police force in this country exists to protect themselves. So when they have a camaraderie where they just sit there and lie on documentation and help each other to get away with crimes and stuff like that, the whole point is, well, a regular US citizen wouldn't be able to do that. So why are police sitting here and able to do it? Why are they able to just sit there and it's regular. That's a pretty regular thing that happens. So why is that? Because internal affairs, that's why. I've already talked about it. Internal affairs is a joke. And that's supposed to be the organization, really, of police, you know, and again, that's the point, they're police. And the whole point is that they just get assigned to investigate something and stuff like that, and something goes wrong in policing and whatnot, but it's just police. So they're investigating other police. So it doesn't work. You should have different entities keep each other in check. That's why it works better to have the feds and the state keep each other in check instead of, you know, the state keeping itself in check or something like that, you know. Just like expecting. The whole point is you can't trust politicians to necessarily tell you the truth all the time. So that's why you have a lot of them. You have a state representative, different parties, so that way there's a competition to that party, there's different party, bias, Just, come on, man. You should have to explain this stuff. No reason due process is supposed to take time, too. Because the idea is if it's too fast, get some douchebag in there that takes too much executive order, too much executive power to change something like immediately for this or that. What often happens is you're not deducing what actually caused this or that. You're just immediately trying to do something and force executive decision on this thing. And unfortunately, when you do that, this can have detrimental effects and shocks to the system. They can cause the economy to tank and whatnot because you didn't. There was no, you know, like slowly doing this or slowly doing that. You just went executive decision now, this. And it's not how our system works. It's not supposed to work like that. So that's a shock to the system. It creates a bubble oftentimes, especially economy. You spend a bunch of money to do that sort of thing. It's just the truth of that. So here we are again. We got one more left, and this is quite interesting, isn't it? How there's just like seemingly one more randomly left that I just can't seem to find. And you guys know this wasn't typically happening. When I first played that first game back, it was perfect. Just wasn't happening. So this is another example of, you know, again, them using what little they have learned to try to mess with games even more, as they have continued to do. So, I mean, it's literally all it is. Like, I could sit here and probably walk around forever, and it would, you know, like, the whole point is that there should be some sort of, like flash or indicator, hey, there might be a spot here you didn't do, or something like that, or a guy popping out of the ground. Nothing. The whole point is that that's data corruption. The whole point is that they got enough corruption. The person supposed to pop out of the ground isn't. You know, like it's stuck or something like that. Like that. Like that's what you have to realize. That's all that's happening there. So that way it's uncompleted. It's not. You know, like it seems to the viewer like I can't do it or something like that. You know, just like the Elden Ring thing where I'm on Consort Radon forever. And I'm doing all the glitches everybody else can do. I'm trying to glitch this thing out, and I can't even glitch it out. You know, like they seemingly fixed the glitch. You know, like and
I am not a man of many
you
problems.
can go up to even a few months ago and see that people were making it happen even a few months ago, and they seemingly fixed the glitch. So it just stuff like that. You know, plenty of examples over the years,
Yes.
and even recently of, you know, seeing things that shouldn't be the case.
Take care.
And it's what they're doing to probe that's causing it. Like, they're just dumb. That's the point. Like, they're just dumb. And so, like, they're really bad at what they're kind of doing here. And so, like, I'm following it, I'm keeping up on it, I'm documenting it, there's evidence of it. And, you know, it breaks things. And so, like, that's the point. Like, that's what's happening. Like, it's literally that. Like, they're just probing things illegally, hoping to find something, just like they're doing for all these other people where, you know, like, they randomly, you know, show up and find this undocumented person or something like that. They're just hoping to, like, probe and find, like, all these different things on these people and stuff like that. But really all they're doing is, again, completely illegal probing, and it's causing all these problems. It's like really fucking shit up. And it's the data, the connection of the data and stuff that I've found too. Where, you know, again, I can clearly find evidence of very obviously federal agents and police sitting here doing reverse lookups online. And they're dumb. They shouldn't be doing that. If they could do it, they would be using legal means. They would be using the police system, the computer database that's legal to use. They wouldn't be doing it on websites. So the question is, why are they doing that? Why do they have to do that?
Take care.
You know the answer. You know the answer. I mean, it's blatant. You know the answer to that. Keep that. Yes, I just don't like that. I don't care about it. None of this is stuff that I... Alright, that's not bad. Alright.
Yes. Take care.
Okay. Yeah, now, like, again... The point is that just like you see with, again, border agents, federal border agents being misused and stuff, I really want to reiterate to you that border agents, border patrol should not be in cities. Like, there's no point to that. That's not how you do immigration. We know this. They don't kidnap people and put them in concentration camps. It's not the way we do things. And wholly aside from the fact that we have plenty of evidence that the people that are being taken are here legally. There's plenty of people that are being taken that are even citizens, let alone being here illegally. There are shitloads of examples of them taking people that are here legally. So again, none of it's legal. And wholly aside from the fact that A, Border Patrol are not police and do not have jurisdiction or authority to regularly conduct policing activities. They cannot do that. So, A, one thing they cannot do. B, they cannot wear police on their person. They can't do this. There is a huge, overwhelming amount of them identifying as police. So when they walk up and want to ID somebody or something like that, and the person would think this is a lawful order from police, it's not. Because a federal border patrol agent does not possess the single authority to walk up to anybody in the United States and ask them to ID themselves. They have the authority to do this if they believe the person is going to or has crossed the border. That, yes. But they're randomly in Minneapolis, and I've got news for you. Minnesota's a little bit far from the fucking Texas and Mexico border. Just a little bit. Just you're just a little bit off there. So again, if you're claiming to care about Border Patrol for immigration and shit like that, it's completely unwarranted. Because it's never how we've done it. Obama did plenty of immigration. And remember, Obama, 40-year low. 40-year low. And you're trying to claim that he wasn't deporting illegal immigrants. 40-year low. We were already the whole point is he didn't want you to find out how good Obama actually technically was as far as like being bipartisan. Like, this guy actually was very bipartisan. He was very good for both parties. They could sit here and all day just claim that he did this or that to help them, because he did. He was bipartisan. So Trump's trying to take that. That's all he's ever tried to do. He's just trying to step on, and again, the most recent post where he posts a video a very racist video putting their faces on apes? Come on. It's like what's the joke? What's the joke? Why is that funny? Like, I'll sit here all day and joke with you guys. You guys know I love a good offensive joke. I love this shit. You guys know that. I'm totally fine with an offensive joke. I love it. Man, this nation's full of some stupid people. And I'm pretty stupid myself. We all need to be a bit smarter. But I just don't see the joke there. I really don't. I honestly don't. What the fuck is so funny about that? There's genuinely something wrong with you. Anyway, after talking about that disgusting act, I may need a minute here. I have to take care of something anyway. You know, we had some various things going on, so I have to take care of something anyway. Just can't believe. I really truthfully can't that our country has been shamed so much. And again, you let it happen. I'm not gonna let you get away with it either. Anybody that voted for him, you need to admit that you were wrong and you need to apologize and just move on. That's it. It's as simple as that. I've heard people doing it. And that's it. As long as you say, I'm sorry, I should have listened, I should have never. People need to get over it and they need to move on. That's all you have to do. Because that's how you accept that you did wrong. That was your fault. And again, nobody's gonna collectively sit here and anybody that sits here and claims war on the other side or something, like you're messed up. You shouldn't be doing that. But again, you need to understand the fact that you have to admit, you have to kind of be like, my fault, sorry, you know, and stuff like that. Because at this point, nope. Obama, Biden, not even Republican Bush was this bad. This is terrible. This is absolutely disgusting. There's nobody that can feel like they can live a normal life. Electricity bill goes from $300 to $800 from 1 month to the next. From 3 to 800. That is more than double. That is almost triple the amount. Almost. It is. You're almost tripling it. That's insane. From 1 month to the next, you're almost tripling somebody's expenses on electricity. You didn't make the country great, you made it shit. So, I apologize, guys. I have to take care of something, like I said. I apologize. Be right back. So if you direct your attention to the likes, you will see somebody liking and unliking. Thank you. Alright, so don't forget that when you have a corrupt district attorney in your state, don't forget that this corrupt district attorney will get off criminals while incriminating and spying on and putting taps, illegal, all kinds of things on people that are, again, trying to expose these illegal criminal district attorneys. So again, the district attorney in this state did absolutely get away with excusing charges again on somebody. Again, a past job that I worked at, a killer randomly showed up at that job because this person killed somebody that I know in my state. And this person, again, was tried as if they were doing it in self-defense, except the person they killed did not have a weapon, and there was video evidence of it that it was self-defense. And this district attorney got this person off and proceeded to literally harass the family of the victim. Because the district attorney is a racist. Imagine sitting here shifting bitrate around and attacking somebody based on the things you don't like what they're saying. Imagine being that corrupt and criminal. You like, again, I'm just sitting here literally exercising freedom of speech, saying that the district attorney in the state is corrupt, is a criminal, is racist. Okay, so if it's not true, then why the fuck is my bitrate all of a sudden trying to shift around? Why the fuck do I get harassed? Why the fuck does that family get harassed? Why the fuck do these things start to randomly happen as I say this? Freedom of speech. Why isn't me sitting here saying my district attorney is a faggot freedom of speech? Why is it? If you don't care, if you're minding your own business and you're not sitting here watching my stream every second of every day hanging on to what I say because you're corrupt and you're criminal, why is it that my bitrate would shift around? I wonder if an actual district attorney that makes shitloads of fucking money I wonder if they're sitting here watching every stream, hanging on to every little word. I wonder. Gee, I wonder. Oh, gee, God. Gee, Willikers, I wonder. What a bunch of retards. What a bunch of literal fucking stupid people. They just shift the bitrate around. Right as I would say certain things. Wow. And then you actually have a pattern to it where it's very clear that this happens, you know, when I'm bad-mouthing Republicans, that people that vote Republican. Anytime I have anything to say against somebody that, again, would be a Republican. Wow, fascinating stuff. And again, these are some of the most racist people. Again, they claim to be Christian. They claim to be good Christian people all the time. Yet again, they're some of the most racist, disgusting people you'll ever meet. Because remember, I already told you about the person that claimed to, you know, my whole life, he claimed abortion was mean and yada yada yada. But remember, he was always nasty to me. He didn't really treat me very well. Nope, stole things from me when he was younger, punched me in the face when I called him out for being an asshole. I got in trouble for it. Yeah, and then, remind you again, that was when we were in middle school. Yeah, when I couldn't, when I couldn't defend myself in middle school. Yeah. And then meanwhile, this is a Christian who grows up in a Christian house. Very, very Christian person that hates abortion. Oh my God. It's almost as if it's fake to get everybody to like you. Oh, I don't like this stuff. Like me. I don't like this stuff too. Like me. I'm a good person. I pray and go to church. Dirkity dirkity dirka dirka dirkity dir. Doesn't mean shit. Literally doesn't mean shit when you're an asshole. When you've always been this way. When again, now you're voting for a piece of trash that would misuse federal border patrol that's killing people. When you're such a piece of garbage that literally you have no fucking clue that the person you're voting for would have a closed church tear gassed. People that are protesting, oh, they're gonna get tear gassed because he wants to pose with a Bible. And you're such a piece of trash. Again, you're a Christian, but you know, you believe that citizens should be tear gassed so that piece of that orange jackass can stand in a church that's closed. The church was closed, and he wanted to pose with a Bible in front of the church, so he had people tear gassed. This is the guy again, and he's signing Bibles. Again, what does it say in your Bible about stuff like that? He's signing Bibles, selling his fucking name non-stop. What does it say in the Bible about that? Literally, his name is his brand. He's a billionaire. He could single-handedly buy people out of poverty. And if he's supposedly a Christian, why the fuck doesn't he do it? Oh, that's right. So again, I want to remind you of how dumb you actually are if you claim to be a Christian and support this guy. You're just dumb. Or a terrorist. Because that's the reality. The reality is there's no way you're that fucking stupid. Just like when you had the behavior that you would steal something from me when you were younger. You know, again, like this is the behavior. Oh, if I confess. Oh, feel sorry for me. Yeah. It's okay now, because you're a Christian. America's a joke. Lady Gaga and Ricky Martin were better than fucking Kid Rock's lip syncing, by the way. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You missed the fact that Lady Gaga and Ricky Martin showed up at the better halftime performance because you were too busy watching some stupid old beer-swinging dumb motherfucker jump around on a stage wearing shorts that looks like he forgot how old he is. Dude, Kid Rock doesn't even sing, and he was lip syncing. The guy can't even sing. He doesn't sing. He raps. He raps. The dude is a rapper, and he was lip syncing. What the fuck? Thank God for the Seahawks, that's all I have to say. Because, again, the Patriots were a fucking embarrassment. Don't put that on the coach. I think the coach was fine. I think they had a very inexperienced quarterback. He literally made 0 medium throws. And the few that he did were the ones that almost made it or did. And the guy was like surprised that any of that was happening. The dude he literally wouldn't run a single fucking slant route. Did you see him run a single fucking slant route? A single one. He didn't run a single slant route. All he had to do was have 2 tight ends converge at the middle because they're bigger, and then pick the guy that's less covered. That's it! That's all you had to do to confuse the defense, but you're too fucking stupid to do it! Wow, these guys get paid the money that they get paid to coach these teams. I mean, there's no question that quarterback was good, but he made the wrong play calls. And if that's coming from the coach, that was then yeah, then it was him. Yes. Sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes they put a little bit too much, you know, like faith in the player or something like that, and then don't coach. So you never know. Like sometimes that's the case where they're doing that. But I have to wonder if they would actually do that in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like you got to coach in the Super Bowl. You can't. Don't let a rookie sit here and call your plays in the Super Bowl, or that's gonna happen. He's gonna choke. Because that's exactly what happened. Now, if you saw the bitrate shift there, definitely take a look at that. Now, if you'll notice, as soon as that happened, somebody left the stream. If you'll notice, as soon as that happened, somebody left the stream. Did you notice that? As soon as the kick happened, somebody left the stream. Did you notice that? Now, again, now, if you'll take a look at your likes, we have somebody liking and removing, liking and removing, liking and removing. So again, I'd love to call out the fact that, you know, again, these people sit here and wait for personal information. They're trying to gain access to things. They sit here for X amount of time for waiting for certain things to happen, and there are reasons for them to be in the stream. So again, I really want to reiterate the fact that there are 5 people in here, and again, out of those 5 fucking people, supposedly, 2 of those people are sitting here and liking and removing, liking and removing, liking and removing, liking and removing, liking and removing. Doesn't make any sense. Again, it's just the same scammer. Again, I really want to reiterate that this guy that pretended to be friendly with me, and he was in chats during these streams where we played this game a while back, and he learned some things about me, I think, through the very little bit of time that we were friends on Steam. And his name, again, his account name on Steam probably still is No Sleep Wiblo. But again, he was the guy in chat, No Sleep Wiblo, who sat here and made an entire fucking channel stealing my content, berating, making fun of. Again, you did not have my permission to sit here and just repost all of my content. He sat here and stole it, reposted it. He sat here and doxed people, made all kinds of fake Facebook accounts. And again, sat here with somebody else coming in the chat, claiming that person was his uncle or something like that. So I really want to reiterate, especially with some of the things that we've talked about recently, that again, this person did sit on here and harass me and this channel for X amount of time. And again, we did report this to the state police. That's not a joke. That happened. I did report this to the state police, and there is history of people harassing me for real in real life at workplace, specifically at workplace, very specifically at workplace, and other, but mainly at workplace. And we have had a huge history of that in this state, where again, this state does not sit here and take this seriously, and will be held accountable for not taking it seriously. But this state continuously does not take harassment in the workplace seriously when it's men. If it's men reporting it, they do not. Women get to report it all the time, and they take them seriously. But if men report harassment in the workplace, Exactly what the emoji is doing in my chat right now is that is a perfect reaction. Yep, exactly that. Conveniently they were laughing. So, you know, again, that's the point. Exactly that. There you go. That proves my point. There you go. That is exactly how people react. So again, that is proof that, again, people will absolutely laugh at a male. And again, it doesn't matter if this male has been raped, has a history of being raped, has again, a background with this stuff. Again, you don't know anything about this person, but you're just harassing them and stalking them and threatening them and making them feel unwanted in the workplace every single day. And you're a piece of trash. Especially when you're somebody that makes light of suicide. You say things like, get this person away from me before I slit my wrists, or something like that. Again, you don't deserve to have that job, or really any job, if you talk to people in the workplace like that. Especially when those people, again, have given nothing but respect to you for years. And that's how you've always treated them. Again, I really want to reiterate that there are some people that will never do anything wrong in a job, and that there are other people that will stand there and fully admit to anything if it's their fault. I really want to reiterate that an adult that never admits to fault is a child, just like the orange douchebag in charge. That's a child. That's somebody that's not an adult. They are not in their right mind. They are never admitting fault to anything. So that's, again, a child, somebody not in their right mind. Adolescent thinking, they should be thought of, again, as somebody that cannot function in the real world and has mental incapacity, a psychosis, if you will. And this is a pretty regular thing, especially in this state. And I do believe regular police to have psychosis. And I think that it's a pretty regular thing that police become police, go undiagnosed with psychosis and mental incapacities to actually legally fulfill their positions. And every day they get to incriminate and investigate and illegally cause problems for citizens that, again, are in their right mind, and again would know that this cop is just doing something wrong. And so, you know, again, the cop can just sit there and hide and be a literally, just quite frankly, a dumbass, a retard, you know, somebody that has a mental problem, and hide behind the badge. And I'd be willing to bet that some of them actually have Asperger's and stuff like that, and they're just cops. Imagine a cop with Asperger's. Can you imagine that? Holy fucking shit. So that's this state. And we are reporting and investigating, and the whole point is that, well, if you're not that one of those people and you're not doing anything wrong, well, then you don't have anything to worry about. So the question is, all these people that are harassing and all this stuff that happens right as I would say it, you gotta question, you gotta ask, you gotta wonder, how, holy fucking shit, just that many different assholes that sit here with the means to fuck around with somebody and will listen and will hang on to what they say. Yeah, so we're continuing to document. This is only part of it. Again, I really want to reiterate that as soon as I continue down this truth path, where we're sitting here just talking about things that have happened or things that are happening, again, the likes come off and somebody's sitting here hitting, you know, the emoji button, laughing or confetti, you know, nothing real positive and stuff like that. Just literally sitting here, not supporting, trying to harm what we're saying and throw shade on it. Again, this shouldn't be the case. We have plenty of support. We have plenty of viewers. There's, again, supposedly 5 people in here continuously watching. So if they don't like it, why would they continue watching? Why wouldn't they just move on to something else? So, again, that is the nastiness and the negativity. Again, these stalkers are continuing to watch when they don't like what you're saying. So that is stalking. It absolutely is harassment. And again, any normal person that has no intent to harm the person that they don't like, where they're watching the content that they don't like, would just stop watching it. But anybody with the intent to harm the person, oh sure, they're going to continue watching it, continue letting it bother them, and they will be harassed by it. They will take it out on that person. They will illogically be a fucking child about it. And that's what all these cops are doing. They're showing how adolescent they think. Again, just like the cops I described, where I don't see them stopping crime. I see them sitting in cars, staring at people, trying to incriminate, not really adding to the equation whatsoever. I've sat here and told you the numerous things that they could do in the area that they're not doing. I can give you that. If I can give you that, their superior officers should certainly fucking be giving them that. So if that's what's actually happening, the problem is their superior officers are not doing their fucking jobs. They are not, absolutely not, making sure that their officers are actually policing anything. So it's these fat faggots that are sitting in the police stations, being chiefs for like 20, 30 fucking years. They're not doing their job. They're just fat as fuck sitting there doing absolutely nothing. And I already told you to go look at how fat as fuck some of these chiefs of police are around here. You should not be a chief of a police and be fat. Period. End of discussion. It should disqualify you. You should have to pass a physical fucking evaluation to continue your reign as police chief, because you are an example. You should not sit on your fat fucking ass all day. I shouldn't drive past your station and see nothing but cars parked there all day long. Or, you know, again, I go there and it looks closed. One or the other. You know what? One or the other. And again, the station is locked. You don't let anybody walk in. That is an unwelcoming environment. You should welcome the public. And, you know, again, if you're homeless, you actually have the right to sleep in a police station. Did you know that? Did you know that? You actually do. You can spend the night at a police station. You can do that. I'm just letting you know. So, the fact that more aren't helping the community, and it's more like we don't want people here, you know what I mean? Like, it's locked. You can't just walk in. How many times have you walked to a police station recently and you can't walk in, the door's locked? Right? Right? Why is that? Why is that? I gotta finish what I'm doing, but you get the point. The more I go on these lines of pointing out the fact that sort of police aren't kind of doing what they're doing, the more you kind of start to see what's happening with the responses and... Okay. Trump voters are terrorists, because I got news for you. You can't vote for Trump anymore after this. That's it. There ain't no 2028. He can't be president anymore. So if you support him and you try to continue supporting him after this, you are a terrorist. It's true. That would be treason. It would be terrorism. There's actually an amendment specifically for this, that the president shall not be a president a third time. Again, it is literally in the Constitution. So it is terrorism, definitively, 100%. You cannot sit here and support a third run, or again, you are part of that terrorist cult. You are a terrorist supporting terrorism. President cannot run a third time. Period. End of discussion. He can't even run. He can't even joke about running. Period. End of discussion. That's how serious that is. Even the suggestion of him running a third time, even if he would suggest it, even the suggestion of that has unlawful implications. It does. It does. And I promise you wholeheartedly, if Obama ever even joked about running a third time, all the racist piece of trash MAGA voters would have jumped all over that fucking shit. So I'd like to direct your attention to the like button. If you go ahead and look at the like button, that one like that was lingering around there, just after I said what I just said, went ahead and came off. So I think it's pretty obvious to see that these are MAGA voters that are absolutely, again, these dumb fuckers that absolutely know that they are terrorists and know that they committed acts of terror on January 6th. They're following people around. They killed some cops. They're following people around, and that's all that's happening. And they're sitting here harassing people, stalking people, terrorizing civilians, real civilians. And the border patrol, the federal border patrol, is helping them do it again. Kash Patel shouldn't personally have the weapon of a guy that was murdered by Border Patrol hours after the fact. He has nothing to do with that. That has nothing to... Again, why does he randomly have possession of that? That doesn't make any fucking sense. The authorities there should have been able to investigate that. He has no jurisdiction, no authority to... come in there and grab that and start taking over and investigating that. That is absolutely not his jurisdiction, not his authority. He cannot do that. That state can absolutely sue him, and they can subpoena him to produce the information and the evidence. They can force him to give that evidence up. Again, he cannot just fucking take it. It is absolutely within the authority of the state and DOJ within the state to do that. But if you remember, they started doing things immediately right when it happened to try to cover it up. So the entire office quit. Literally, the entire office quit. Basically, it was very obvious they were doing things to cover this up. That's what's going on. Literally, we just have entire examples of law offices and stuff like that quitting. Like people that, again, are doing their jobs lawfully, and then somebody in Trump's organization comes along and says, do this illegal thing, and the person's like, no. I'm not going to jail so that you can do this illegal thing to citizens. Nope. So they're quitting. So again, I want you to notice, as I started to say this, how guilty it looks, how guilty these people look. Again, to want to sit here and spam certain things in chat, all while not liking the stream, not liking the stream, stuff like that. You guys realize I could literally disable the emoji button. I don't care. I can disable that if I want to. This is all to show people how regular you hit that based on what I say. And everybody's seeing it. Like, you want to be seen reacting that way to everything that I'm saying. So everybody's seeing that. Everybody's seeing it not be supportive. Everybody's seeing it be malicious. A malicious reaction. Okay? So, again, I could just completely disable this. The whole point is to show everybody how you are willing to literally force your strange reaction, your toxic, nasty reaction on everybody else. My channel. Say whatever the fuck I want. It's my channel. I'm not forcing anybody to hear anything. They can sit here or choose to not watch. But you reacting, forcing your reaction, when I could disable that button. The whole point is, that button is for people to very clearly support the channel and use it for support and react in a supporting manner based on what the person's saying, not in a toxic way to react toxically and make it like trolling. Much like we saw, again, that streamer that sat here and came in my chat being seen every time that he could. Yeah, that's him. It's literally him, and again, that other person. So they're both sitting here separately doing separate things. But again, I really want to reiterate to you that these MAGA trash are terrorists. And again, the other guy that's sitting here doing this, he's a father. And he's wasting all this time in here, not with his kid, not doing stuff with his kid, not planning stuff for his kid, not doing anything for his kid. He's sitting in here, hanging on to everything I say. Every stream, every second, every day, he's in here doing this instead of what he should be doing. Interesting. Remember, it's the same guy that hurt himself leaving work and tried to sue and tried to claim workers' comp because, remember, he wanted to rush home because I was on stream before him and he wanted to steal all of that. Remember that. It's the same guy. He got injured falling, trying to rush home. Remember, he tried to sue the hospital. Oh, they filled out the paperwork wrong. I was in workers' comp. They filled out the paperwork wrong, and you're trying to sue them because they filled it. You either can or you can't claim workers' comp. Why are you trying to sue somebody because you were streaming in an ER? What the fuck is the matter with you? I've never sat here and done this. If I was ever injured on the job, I accepted said injury or reported it and went, well, I guess you're just not going to cover it. It is what it is. Thanks for trying. You don't fucking sit there and put it on the company and force them to do things. You work for that company. What the fuck's the matter with you? Jesus! So the whole point is these guys are the terrorists, these guys are the scammers. They sit here and they want to sit on their ass all day long and milk the systems. The same guy sitting here claiming that he had seizures and stuff the night before. Well, he's driving the next day. And he's driving the next day. You had a seizure the night before and you're driving the next day. No. 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 Nope. Didn't happen. Because they would have taken your license. Would have taken your license. You would have not been driving the next day. Period. You just can't do it. So again, lying. So anybody that watched that guy's channel, that's the reality. That's the stuff that I was catching him doing. He was just sitting here lying to everybody, trying to play victim. Oh, feel sorry for me, guys. I feel just not feeling well again. I don't feel so good. And he's gonna stream from his bed. Same guy sending me entire book text messages and stuff like that the first time when he first had my number and stuff like that. We barely really know each other. Entire book text messages. Jesus. And I do have reason to believe this person has made threats to other people as well. Like threats on their life. I do believe that that content creator was the one making death threats. The one that I just mentioned that has the kid and stuff like that. I do believe he was the one making death threats. And that is a very serious thing. See, he just thinks it's funny. That's what you have to realize. Like, nobody would think that's funny. They'd hear that and stop hitting the button like a normal person. They wouldn't, like, choose to hit the button and laugh at that. So, like, again, this person is confirming that it's them because they are hitting the laugh, react at me claiming that they have made like, death threats and stuff. So, there's no question there. Just the hesitation. He stopped for a little bit. That's the whole point. Remember, he used to stop, I used to scare him? So now he realizes what I'm doing. So that's the whole point. I did make him stop hitting that button there for a few seconds, if you noticed. So that's the whole point. I have gotten this person to stop for an entire stream while saying stuff like this before and scared them before. So that's what you have to rationalize is they've been very telling with their responses before where I said something like that and they did stop doing that for an entire stream. So like, and they were mashing it pretty regularly like they are now. So I think it's pretty telling when I got them to stop for even a few seconds there right after I say that. And then they realize, oh shit, I shouldn't have stopped. That's the point. They're realizing they shouldn't have stopped. And again, if you look at the like button, the person has now taken off their like, you know, that like that was on there. So just want to draw your attention to that too. That was on there, and now it's at 0. So I just want to draw your attention to that as well. Now remember, we caught YouTube breaking the like button. If you remember a while back, we caught them breaking that. For a while we were documenting that even as I was trying to like the stream, they were just locking it at 0 or 1. And I was documenting and showing you that I would try to like the stream, and it would show up as 1 like, but then vanish into 0. I was showing this on the screen, and if you just noticed, my bit rates did a sudden shift just there. So it's very clear that YouTube does have things to pick up on whether or not I'm talking about the scams that they have done to lie and break certain things on the platform. So I will call out the fact that YouTube is responsible for a good bit of this, where it's very clear to me that their AI systems are literally attacking people and targeting people. The question is it on purpose or is it by mistake? I think it's on purpose. I don't think that there's this particular thing is a rogue AI. I think this particular thing is on purpose and being manipulated by foreign governments. And again, possibly the Trump administration misusing. Again, we have plenty of examples of federal border patrol. Not, again, border patrol shouldn't even be doing anything except patrolling border. They cannot make traffic stops. They cannot police. So again, just the sheer example of them even showing up with police on their uniforms, let alone trying to make traffic stops, just doing things terrorists would do. Again, they're not police. They know this. They should be trained for this. So again, knowing that they cannot do those things, and them just doing them in excess, this is incredibly illegal. It is terrorist activity. So just the fact that the current administration would actually commit acts of terror so regularly, misusing your tax dollars, it's very obvious that it's possible that it could be a misuse of tax dollars again, where the CIA or NSA is being misused. The resources at either organization are being misused to target citizens. I mean, we know he's rigging the election, and that's incredibly illegal. Obviously, that's like Guantanamo Bay stuff. You rig the election, so we know that he's doing that. So you know, there really needs to be nothing said else except that, again, MAGA tried to overthrow the government and rig the election, and again, the Democrats never did. We wanted a fair vote and accepted when Trump won. I certainly did. I told you that. MAGA didn't. And again, anybody that's MAGA at this point, you're a terrorist because he can't be president the third time. It literally violates the Constitution. So. If he's allowed to be president a third time, they're gonna take your guns away. That will be when it happens. If he's president a third time, they will take your guns away. That will be when it happens. I want to remind you, it's not the Democrats that would do that. They stick up for your rights. It's the Republicans that have been lying the whole time. It's literally built into the Bill of Rights to the Constitution. Nobody can sit here and just take your guns away. They can't do it. It would violate the Constitution. So again, any retard that's ever thought that, you just believe in propaganda and you're fucking stupid. The NRA sat here and invested fucking billions in propaganda over the years. They've invested billions, if you calculated it. And it's the NRA. This is the same fucking organization that sat here and backed the Republican Party, all while claiming to not have bias. The National Rifle Association. Yeah. They sat here and invested billions in the Republican Party over the years. Yep. Yep. And again, I want to remind you which party was always using propaganda to convince you the other side wants to take your guns away. Gee, starting to put two and two together? You should. Because again, nobody's doing that or can do that. Democrats just can't just randomly make an amendment go away. Oh yeah, just make this. No. Again, just like you have the right to freedom of speech, the only person that's ever threatened that is Donald Trump. So I want to remind you, since Democrats have never done this, threatened to do it, the guy that's sitting here, gonna run a third time, the thing that nobody else has ever done that would violate your rights in the Constitution. And he's all afraid of people, he's over-policing, he's misusing federal funds to control things. He's the guy that's gonna take your guns away, because he's afraid of you. It's that simple. People tried to assassinate him twice. What the fuck do you think he's doing? The guy's a pussy. It's that simple. You or I would accept the fact that this is happening. Okay? Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't have sat here and been such a hateful piece of shit, and people wouldn't have tried to assassinate him twice. That didn't happen to Obama, did it? Yeah, first black president, nobody tries to assassinate this guy. First black president, nobody tries to assassinate this guy. The whitest fucking orange douchebag in the room, and this guy has 2 attempts. And it's the first time since Kennedy. Yeah, and then you want to hire a Kennedy. You want the gargling, stupid fucking retard as leading your health organization. Yep, that guy leads health. Because, you know, when I think health, I think of a guy that sounds like this. He can't even talk. That's what he sounds like. Fucking Christ. Wake up, America. There's the bitrate. Hey, faggots. Hey, Republican faggots. Hey, did you notice the bitrate suddenly shifting around? Hey, Republican faggots, are you sitting here fucking around with my internet so that way I don't get any trending? And that way, it looks like I'm not getting any views, sitting here making fun of your stupid fucking douchebag fucking faces? Yeah, that's the reality. The reality is they want you to know that if you sit here and make fun of, you know, these faggots, these Republican stupid faggots, you will get trending. Just like, again, when I sit here and I put Mitch McConnell's picture on the screen, and the guy looks like he's fucking stroking out. Like, his normal picture looks like he's having a fucking stroke. The guy's been in office since 85. Yep, since 85. And his normal picture looks like he's having a stroke. Yep. They don't want you to know that this gets... And remember, that was the stream where we had all those views, all that trending, yada, 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 and they had a hard time doing anything about it, right? The views are still there now, and they're just capping them, right? Yeah, people go and watch it, but they're just halting the view progress, right? They capped it before it hits 1,000. Yeah, so the whole point is that stream after that, they removed over 700 views. But, you know, if they removed the one that, like, they know flat out that we have plenty of evidence of that, too. And we literally have a screenshot of that stream being at 700-something views, and now it's just... you know, around 100 or so. And then, you know, again, the stream before that being at 900 some views. Like, the whole point is they're just capping the stream. Yeah, the stream after it gets 700 some views, but, you know, the stream before it just has the exact same amount of views it's had since it posted. Yeah, that makes sense. Stream gets 900 views, but then just completely halts around 900 or so, and you know, just doesn't get any more views after that. Yep, just like all the shorts I told you about and all the other fucking things that I told you about got 8,500 views or something like that in the first hour that I posted it, and then they halted the view progress, and then years later, this thing that got 8,500 views in the first hour has not gotten any views, a single view after this. Nope, not a single one. It's just completely halted. Just, you know, just nobody watching it. Yeah, but yet in the first hour, we had 8,500 views. Yep, totally. I believe you, Trash Tube. I believe you. I believe you, garbage piece of shit trash YouTube that sits here and supports Donald Trump. I believe you. I want to remind you that you're based out of California. So if you'll take a look in the top right, you'll see my bitrate appears to not be shifting around, but it is. They're doing, so if you see the little connection thing, how it doesn't have like that top bar, yeah, that is them shifting around ever so slightly to where it doesn't move, but it is. Like, essentially it's a lie. So I just really wanted to point that out, that again they're doing it in such a way that it's more sneaky. And this is the stuff that I've seen as it continues to go on. They do these things where they get they sort of, you know, like as I would sit here, and the longer I sit here on the stream, they gain more access, they have more ability to do it. So again, they're doing it through YouTube. It's all through YouTube. It's literally as simple as you know, again, having access to somebody's modding or something like that. It's literally that simple. So again, I want to reiterate to you, I have 2 mods right now. I have one that's been a mod since forever, and it's not this person, and I have one other person that's a mod that they are doing it through, that literally this person just can't seem to remove their fucking their cookies and trackers. This person literally just can't seem to figure it out. So again, I really want to reiterate that the thing that happened last night, all I did was upload a short, and they were sitting here fucking with my internet, and all I did was upload a short. It's all I did, okay? Yet I was able to get on stream. I was having all that trouble, yet I was able to get on stream. I can do this every fucking day, yet all these streamers with shitloads of subscribers and all this entitlement, they can't even do it a single fucking time. So I think it's pretty fucked up, and I think it's really bullshit, the people that, again, like, I should have way more than some of these people, and I understand how to do this, yet I'm the one sitting here getting scammed to not have these views. It's really unbelievable. And the whole point is that the reason they're doing this is because, well, that streamer that they're getting to does have money in this, and they're probably stealing from them. They're probably stealing ad revenue. They're probably stealing all kinds of stuff. They're getting data from it, learning things. That's why they're doing it. With me, they know that it's not going to happen. They won't learn those things because I will remove all that shit. I am smart with it. So, they sit here and attack the other people and allow the stupid fucking morons to be good streamers and big streamers, even though they're not good. And they sit here, and the smart people, they attack and harass and cause problems for. Because again, if you became a big streamer, well, then you'd know what's going on. That's it. It's that simple. And that's why I've explained to certain pen testers and certain YouTubers and stuff like that, they just keep you happy and do the correct thing for you so that you don't know what's going on. But again, this is all very individualized. It always has been. And especially now with AI, they can do that. Especially now. So, it's only gotten worse. Obviously, AI has helped. But that's why it's increased, and that's why it's gotten worse. That's all they're doing. They're just learning, and adjusting, and then attacking. And again, it's happening on a way, way bigger scale than you think, because, again, nobody realizes it's happening. Everybody's just like, oh, it's an update, it's an update, it's a bad update. Oh, you need an update. Things are updated, you need updates. Everything needs updated. Well, that's the point. It shouldn't. They're making you need that. They're causing that. It's more problems than it should be. So, you know, it's just a matter of understanding the basics of how they're confusing everybody. And this being as simple as recognizing IT issues that shouldn't be IT issues. It really is that simple, but confusing anybody that would recognize them. That again, as I've already explained, how many people that do these jobs are very full of themselves and very dismissive of an issue where they know the answer. Couldn't possibly be that. And stuff like that, and that's kind of how they act. You know, they won't consider certain things. There's just things they'll never ever consider and never accept that are happening. Why is this? Well, again, they're very full of themselves and oftentimes want to think that they know everything, and they just don't. This has been my first-hand experience with a lot of people with tech, especially computers, in my lifetime. And, you know, it's like really basic stuff where I literally know I'm right. And they're just like claiming up and down something that's just not true at all. And so, you know, just even basic stuff like that, knowing that from first-hand experience, and in addition to everything that's happening here, you can't rule out, you know, again, the fact that this is as simple as making it seem like it's supposed to be a bunch of updates. You know, making it seem like, oh, you just need a security update. You just need to make it more secure. But why? Who did that? Why is it like that? Suddenly. It was secure before, but now it's not. Why? Why? Oh, just people and scammers. And, that's not a why. Oh, just because. It's just this way. Nobody's asking why. Nobody. Everybody's just fixing it and going, oh, well, I guess it just gets worse. No, it should get better. Technology is getting better, right? Right? Okay? So then the whole point is, why are we going back to 1080? Why are we trying to reduce texture sizes? Why? Why, oh why? Are things bottlenecking? Why did I call Windows 11 being trash before it was trash? Why could I do this? Why? Because I recognize the pattern that things are being built on, where people are intentionally impacting these things, and people are ignoring the patterns, or they're intentionally getting these things to go wrong during even development process, but especially after the fact. Nobody's recognizing that. Nobody's acknowledging it. You know, just like Microsoft has a history of this. They've always done this. You're not recognizing the pattern. The point is, all these people talking about this, they're too young to understand. They don't even fucking know. Even Linus himself, like, he's only a certain age, and let me be honest with you, there's not a lot of people that were as young as me, like, sitting here tearing apart computers. Okay, there really isn't, and I'm a lot older than you guys probably think. Okay, so it takes somebody to know and have been following the patterns and understand what's going on for long enough. It really does. And all you have to recognize is that this is what Microsoft always did. I'm the one that's sitting here telling you that you know, again, when have you ever had a hard drive that is actually your hard drive? Yeah, actually the amount of space you're supposed to have on a fucking hard drive. Why did they never fix the endless problem with FAT32 or NTSC? Or I'm sorry, NTFS. NTSC, yeah. NTFS. Why did they never fix this problem with NTFS? Why did they never come up with a new format? Why did they just continue using NTFS while switching to solid state? Oh, there's no new format? Oh, and even on solid state now, it's a lot of times it's FAT32, which is why your flash drives are only a certain length and can only have certain files of a certain size. Because it's FAT32. FAT32 doesn't understand file sizes. So that's why. And NTFS, same thing. That's why your texture sizes can't be cached properly and Windows is trash, because NTFS is an inferior caching system for your hard drive, and it can't properly do it. It just bottlenecks. It's a piece of shit. It's that simple. And I've been talking about this. But no. Windows, Microsoft, they're fucking garbage. They're just gonna sit here and lie. And this is what they've always done. Just like when you used to buy a hard drive, and you're not buying a 40 gig hard drive, you're buying a 32 gig hard drive, right? And then when hard drives went up to 100 gigs, you weren't buying a 100 gig hard drive, you're buying an 82 gig hard drive, or an 85 gig hard drive, right? And then when hard drives went up to 500 gigs, you're not buying a 500 gig hard drive. Yeah, you're buying like like a 412 gig hard drive, right? Or 420 gig hard drive, right? Or again, when it goes up to a terabyte, now again, you're not buying a terabyte drive, you're buying like an 800 gig drive, right? 700, 800 gigs, right? Why is this? Why do you need 300 gigs of fucking space for nothing? What is that doing? And again, endlessly getting worse. So you get a 2 terabyte drive. Well, now you can use maybe 1.5, 1.7 of that. So 1.5 terabytes is really what you have. Usable space. And let's be honest, Windows is so fucking trash. I've already explained that you need at least 300 to 500 gigs if you're gaming, because again, texture files are so fucking big, they can't fucking properly read them if you don't leave 300 to 500 gigs of free space. So literally your games will run like fucking shit, and you'll think it's optimization, you'll think it's this, you'll think it's that. Well, really you just need 300 to 500 gigs of free space, and your games won't run like fucking shit. And it's that simple, because Microsoft and Windows is fucking trash. Why is this? Why can I sit here and explain this? Why did I know this was going to happen? And why did Microsoft not doing anything about it? Why is it getting worse? Why did I call this, and then it happens, and then now everybody acts all surprised, like they didn't expect it? Okay, so the point is, I've been trying to tell you, this is literally just Microsoft owning and controlling the market. They should not be allowed to do this. Again, they're just deciding when to stop an entire line of this or that. They literally decided when to stop mechanical drives. They just stopped support for mechanical drives. Just at a certain point, just nah. And then everybody had to do the switch to solid state. This is the point. Who else? Who can do that? You can't just do that. Well, they can if they have a monopoly, because the point is that as soon as they do it, that's the new standard, because everybody's fucking using Windows. It's trash. So they have always done this, and Microsoft is incredibly irresponsible. They're sitting here lying and covering up anybody that sits here and talks about the shit they've always done. So anytime I make content, I talk about Microsoft, we've had streams where I've seen entire streams get taken down and completely vanish after some sort of weird restriction randomly shows up on the video after it's been there for like years. And then a really random weird restriction shows up and then it vanishes for inexplicable reasons. And it was called like Microsoft is trash or something like that, or exposing Microsoft's trash or something like that. Conveniently. Oh wow. Gee, I wonder why they're fucking doing that. Yeah. Never mind the endless problems that again Windows 10 had with full screen scaling. Never mind that. But again, the whole point is that absolutely nobody knows why Windows 11 is so trash and it bottlenecks. This. They didn't fix it. They copy and pasted the framework from Windows 10 to 11. It's trash. And now it takes literally 1.5 times to 2 times more CPU usage to scale the screen properly because they never fixed their fucking scaling issues. I swear to God, it's literally that. Your CPU is actually just using more juice because it can't scale the screen. I promise. Compare the aspect ratio. Like, don't think about it as like a resolution. Compare the aspect ratio and like put the same screen, like a video game or something like that, on your monitor, and then get it up on like your TV on like a console, and then see if it looks like the same aspect. I'm not talking about resolution. It can be a different resolution. I'm talking compare the aspect. See if it looks like things are more stretched on Windows versus the console. See if things look like they're actually supposed to look on the console versus the PC. Because, I promise you, this is not the proper resolution. That's why all this happens. That's why. Because Windows is so fucking garbage. It's not the actual right resolution. It gets the resolution incorrect every single time. It's actually like a makeshift weird resolution. It's aspect. It has nothing. It's literally the aspect ratio. It cannot get this right. It can't 16 by 9. It can't do it. It for some reason it can do 16 by 10 very well. It cannot 16 by 9. It's literally garbage. It is so garbage. And that's how I realized this. I realized there's so many times where I click off the screen, I lose music, or I lose this, or I lose... It shouldn't fucking do that. Oh, I click here and suddenly the music and all of the sound in the game stops just because I clicked on my right screen. Well, okay, then I know Windows can't properly run that game while I'm clicking on the second screen. I know that, because again, if full screen windowed mode is enabled, nothing should happen. That's the purpose of it. There shouldn't be any difference. I should be able to click on... Now, granted, if it's full screen, alright, I can understand that. But windowed, borderless full screen mode, that's literally the purpose of that. That's what that was supposed to do. And it doesn't do it. Yep. Yep. And it's also why times that when I'm running full screen and I click over here or I have to do something, the entire game minimizes. That's why. That's actually why. Because it doesn't understand the resolution properly, so it minimizes the entire thing. Yeah, you're like trying to click on the other screen, and it literally can't. Like it's focusing on this, and it can't get the right resolution because now you've taken priority somewhere else. So now it's going up the fuck. I can't fuck. So it just minimizes it to avoid crashing. Yep. Otherwise, it would just crash every time. And that's all they did to fix that. They just literally had it minimized to crash. That's why it crashes sometimes. And that's actually why that happens, because it can't properly scale the screen. Yep. It's true. This is the truth. I'm just giving you the truth, man. So Microsoft hates this. They fuck with shit. You see how the likes have been taken down to 0. We're getting emojis again. So take note. I'm still working on something here. That's why I figured I would continue talking a little bit while I'm working on this. But I'm trying to get back to you as quick as I can. I just figured I would point some stuff out while I'm kind of working on what I'm doing. I'd love to include you and just like kind of tell you what's going on, but I can't really do that, unfortunately. So sorry about that. I'm trying to hurry this up. Saw a video of ICE the other day. I thought it was hilarious how they felt so compelled to tell the press. They were like, if you got your credentials, get them out. So first of all, I'd like to let you know, you actually don't need credentials to film police activity or federal agents, anybody conducting any type of enforcement in the public's view. You're in public view, you can film. You do not need any type of like, again, if you're filming a movie where you have to section off pieces of land and you don't want people walking through there and stuff like that, well then, yeah, because then you're going to use authorities to make sure people aren't going through that area and stuff. Now that's a zoning permit. You do not need a zoning permit to film in public. Okay, so credentials don't matter. Press credentials are used for filming inside, like if they're gonna enter like a courthouse or government building and stuff like that, and there's stuff going on where they're possibly worried about people recording that could be terrorists or foreign media actors and stuff like that. They want to see press credentials. The purpose of press credentials, again, is to help prevent against stuff like that. And again, in the public's view, they do not have to show press credentials while just standing out in public to just film whatever they want. Again, you don't have to be press. You can film whatever you want. It is within your right. It is literally in the Constitution. You can film in public places, and specifically politicians and police activity. This is states that. It is for that. So the whole point is, again, anybody can do that. You do not have to produce credentials. And I saw these ICE, very entitled, pulling people out of these cars and stuff, demanding that they show them ID and searching the vehicles and stuff. And then every ICE agent there was demanding that the press show them credentials and stuff like that. But then at the same time, they were all like, just so you guys know, just so you guys know, just so you guys know. They were making gun gestures at us the day prior, just so you know, just so you guys know, just so you know. Like they really, really were childish about it. They were like, just so you know. Like, oh, just so you guys know. They were, they really cared about what the press thought about this. And, they were really again, if they're being about their own business, why do they give a shit what the press thinks? If they're doing lawful things and what they're doing is illegal, why do they give a shit? Just so you guys know, just so you know. And again, the whole point is that these people weren't pulling guns on them. The whole point is the day prior, the agent standing there was admitting that they were just gesturing, making fun of them, that they like little fake finger gun signs and stuff like that. They were just making fun of ICE. So the next day, that's why they're pulling them out of their car to ID them and shit like that, because they were making fun of them the day prior. That's it. He was literally admitting that it was because they were making fun of him. He admitted that. He actually said, just so you know, just so you know. He actually offered this information. This is how dumb these guys are. That's the point. They're literally this dumb. They have no idea. They don't know what they're doing. The whole point is, if that guy was actually a federal agent, actually a real federal officer, he'd have education, he'd have training, he'd know how stupid that was to say. You're literally just admitting fault, basically, admitting that it's unlawful. You literally are admitting that you got bullied by them. They made you feel bad. So therefore, now, the next day, you're harassing these people and demanding that they show ID, searching their vehicles and stuff. Because the day prior, oh boy, they were on the sides, standing there pretending again, to make fun of the fact that you pull your guns on people and stuff like that. You're admitting that you do this. Wow. What an idiot. What a literal fucking moron. So this is what you have to actually rationalize about this. Is, again, these aren't real federal border agents. These are MAGA terrorists that are one-off signing up for this and then bragging in chats about, like, sign-on bonuses and stuff like that. Like, literally, this shit is actually happening. And it's disgusting. It is fucking disgusting. Because, again, they are killing U.S. civilians. If that piece of trash that claims to be a border agent was killed, there's no difference. He is also a U.S. citizen. So are you going to somehow claim it's different if somebody sits here and now kills a federal agent in kind like you have done to innocent civilians? So again, if somebody kills a federal border agent, are you going to react the same way and just be like, "Nah, I don't give a shit. That's fine. He can die. That's fine." Or are you going to literally use force to go after the person? I'll be willing to bet it's that one after. Yeah. And you're not acting this way. With any of the situations where we had federal border patrol. Again, these are not police, and they have murdered people. Yep. Yep, they actually instructed first responders to not give life-saving aid to Renee Good. They actually instructed first responders to not give life-saving aid to Renee Good. That's murder, just to let you know. So they murdered her, and then I want to let you know, even when a cop shoots somebody, they still call an ambulance and try to resuscitate and do whatever they can. So this federal border patrol shot and murdered somebody, and then did not allow first responders to offer aid. So again, I want to remind you that normal procedure, even when police shoot somebody, is to call an ambulance and allow aid. So again, I want to really reiterate that that was murder. Because again, they did not allow first responders to offer aid. And again, these are people that, like, they're literally, their job is to simply show up and save the person's life. Obviously, they're literally just called by the emergency service to show up and do this, just like any officer would use his radio to get the ambulance to show up. Okay? So, again, you have to be some extra special kind of fucking stupid to not recognize a murder, an organized murder, when you see one. The other one was organized too. They knew he had a gun. That's the point. Why did they know that he had a gun when he wasn't holding it out and showing it? So, because they were following him illegally beforehand and looking into him illegally. That's why. So they knew he would be there. They followed him. They attacked him. Tried to get him to show his gun. And then when he didn't, they killed him. And then took it. That's it. That's all that happened. They literally just followed him. And illegally researched him beforehand. Found out that he had a gun and that he would be there. That's all. So they just attacked him. And murdered him. It's that simple. That's why the FBI was investigating it, so they could cover it up. It's not an investigation, they're just covering up all the stuff that the Border Patrol is sitting here doing. That's all. They're not, like, again, the FBI is not investigating anything. They're covering it up. That's all. That's literally what's happening. Oh, that's funny. I wonder who would hit the emoji button and think it's funny that the Federal Border Patrol is murdering civilians and that the FBI is helping them cover it up. That's really funny to that person in chat right now hitting the emoji button. That is really funny to that person. You know what I think is funny? The fact that Donald Trump literally is falling asleep during meetings. He literally is such a waste of fucking space. And he calls him Sleepy Joe Biden, but this faggot is literally falling asleep, dozing off in meetings. And again, if you actually saw his real skin color on his real face, you would never in a million years, you would be like, oh my god, this guy looks like he's like dying. Looks like death. He would look way worse than even Biden. But no, his face is orange, so, you know. And again, you're literally dumb as fuck. You're the type of voter that sits here and votes for somebody based on the fact that, you know, because red is the color of that party, so, you know. Again, you know, these assholes are the same people that when Harris, a valid candidate, was running the other side, they wouldn't vote for her just because she's a woman. And they admitted that. Just because woman, they admit that. Even though, again, women are showing that they're smarter than men right now. That's what they're showing. They are literally showing that they're smarter than men right now. Like, pretty much that's the example that I see. That women are evolving and men are devolving. That's what I see. And it looks like men growing their hair long and growing beards and claiming to be super masculine. Like, hiding behind this long hair and this beard, claiming to be super masculine. You have a problem. You actually have a problem. You are hiding behind a fake masculinity. There's nothing masculine about you. You're small, frail. You don't do anything masculine, so you grow a beard and grow, like, long-ass fucking hair and stuff. So again, the whole point is you're just hiding behind that. Okay, if there's something masculine about you, it would be masculine. Why do you need all that? Are you a Viking? Do you have to survive on boats where it's like negative temperatures and shit like that? Are you gonna try to tell me that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep, long hair is unhealthy. You all know it. Long hair is actually pretty unhealthy to have for the most part. Unless you maintain it and take care of it, it is actually not really that healthy to have. It's in a modern society, it's much healthier to keep your hair short and keep it trimmed so that way you can properly wash your hair, clean the skin under it, and it doesn't get in your face and cause you acne and all kinds of other problems too. You know, beard, hair. Trucks, beards, hair, boots. Remember, if there's this general consensus to want to cancel things, make sure you blame the other political side. Yep. Make sure it's not your fault. Make sure, you know, you just want to blame. It's that agenda, totally. Men, beard, boots, men, manly, hair, men, sweat, men, beer, boots. What the fuck is wrong with men? Like, it's like, seriously, Like again, you must be a certain way, otherwise you're gay. You have a real fucking problem. Men have a problem. They have a real fucking problem with bullying. Men don't do this. That's the point. Women lift each other up. They have their girlfriends. They go to the bathroom together. Men go into the bathroom together. They're all like acting and all fucking nervous and weird and shit like that, or doing dumb shit. Yeah, we're acting stupid and saying dumb shit. Men are literally the problem. And yes, they are devolving. Period. So no, you want a woman in charge. That's the problem. The problem is you have too many fucking old, dumb, stupid men. Oh, hey guys. Oh man. 151 people in here, but you know, we're not counting the views properly. Durkity-durkity-durkity-dur. It's not a sexist statement, it's just the truth. Men are the fucking problem. Like, seriously? You are seriously devolved and incredibly fucking stupid. If again, all you ever think about is sex, and that's what makes your world go round. This is men. That's their problem. Everything is that. Even with other men. It's all about comparing dicks. That's it. Even with other men. Oh, this or this is bigger or better than yours. That's it. Women don't do this. Yeah, I don't see this genuinely happening with women. Yeah. It's all about your flex. What can you flex? And it's better. Well, that's the, that's, you were raised poorly by your parents. That is a problem where you were taught that men are ahead of women. So now you have this problem where you want to sit here and masquerade and parade your dick in front of people and be a masculine, manly man. Because you're again, whoever taught you when you were growing up didn't teach you that men and women are equal. They taught you the opposite. They taught you to compete with men, always. So this is what you do. And you seek it out. You go on the internet and you harass people, you stalk them. You spend entire years watching stream after stream after stream after stream for the purpose of what? Harassing an individual. When again, you yourself could better yourself as a person. But instead, all you're going to do is sit here and harass another individual. Further demoralizing, dumbing yourself down. Not learning anything from it, just getting dumber. Learning how to take advantage of people. That's how you become stupid. Because all you ever want to do now is take instead of give. You have no fucking clue how to do anything for yourself. You know how to take. There's the bit rate. There's the bit rate. There's the bit rate. Why did that shift around just then, huh? You want to tell me why that shifted around? There it is again. You want to go ahead and tell me exactly why that fucking bit rate is shifting around right when I say that? You want to tell me that? You want to go ahead and tell us why that bit rate shifts around right when I fucking say that? That men just take and take and take? And they don't give? You want to tell me why the bit rate shifts around right when I fucking say that? That men take and take? You want to tell me why that shifts around right when I fucking say that? Go ahead and tell me. Why don't you tell me? Why don't you go ahead and tell us? Oh, light comes off the stream, goes down to 0. Oh, confetti, confetti, confetti. Removing a like. 0, 0, 1 to 0, 1 to 0. Oh, yeah, because it hasn't been happening the whole fucking stream. Yeah, you're not just sitting here picking certain times to shift the bitrate around. Like, oh, that's right. Almost as if you're recording what somebody's saying. Oh, that's right. You're sitting here recording what somebody's saying. Well, you don't have to. You could sit there and do it after. Oh, that's right. If you do it after, it gives it a view. So they're sitting here doing it all during the stream so that it causes a fucking problem. Because you know it causes a fucking problem. Yeah, again, your dick's really big and you're a super manly man sitting in here laughing at somebody and fucking around with their stream. Real manly. Yeah, that's real super manly of you. Good. Wow. Let me tell you what, you are just showing all of us what a man you... Boy, let me tell you what. Whoo! Boy. And again, remember, all the threats this person has made... Again, they're not following up on it. They're not, again, they're just sitting here endlessly in the stream making all these threats. Remember, when I was a martial artist, this person was suddenly a boxer. And when I had content to release that was martial arts content, and again, I am a martial artist. I can back this up. I am an actual Sifu, and I can back it up. I did. But no. Right as soon as I do, this person's a boxer. You know, this person, he needs to make content using his girlfriend as an attacker, and he's gonna show you how to escape using this fucking ridiculous, dumbass WWE shit. Like, literally the dumbest fucking dumb shit I have ever fucking seen. The dumbest shit. Oh my god. For all the times that somebody's gonna put that choke on you and stuff like that, the dumbest fucking stupid shit I have ever fucking seen. Jesus fucking Christ. And then not only that, literally just very obviously was looking shit up and you know, like he doesn't know what he's doing. He clearly doesn't know what he's doing. If he knew what he was doing, he would have had 3 escapes, not 1. He wouldn't have sat there. He would have talked about so many different things. He would have had 3, not 1. I could give you 6. It's honestly fucking pathetic. It's ridiculous. I could give you 6. Yep, it's that pathetic. And again, the 6 aren't gonna necessarily work for everybody. Some of them are more advanced. But this fucking moron, he gives you 1, and it's on his girlfriend. Oh my god. And like, come on. That's the whole point. As soon as I had martial arts content, oh, he's a boxer and he has martial arts content. Jesus fucking Christ. When are you gonna recognize A fucking scammer when you see it. This platform is garbage. Alright, guys. I apologize. I also would like to give you a little update about something too. Just a heads up that like all the stuff that you see that we sort of kind of talk about here is kind of going on with me and across the platform, really, in secret, unfortunately. Yeah. What you see here, you know, again, it's not legal, a lot of this stuff, but you know, I'm sure some of you are also missing views and seeing a depletion or staying the same or something like that. Again, this has been happening to me for quite some time. And the more I call it out and point out that it's kind of YouTube or prove whatever's happening, that thing that I have proven is happening then breaks, and you can't prove it with that anymore. Like they break it more. They figure out how to like break it more. So there's also a lot of other things going on around this. Like, you know, again, it's not just YouTube. It's not. There's a bunch of other stuff going on too. But basically, you know, people that have learned that YouTube is kind of doing this are joining in, and then all while, you know, like those people are the ones claiming that they don't like cancel culture and they don't like the fact that things are being canceled, but they're the ones joining in with the canceling. And they're the ones doing the canceling. So, I really want to reiterate to you, I don't think that MAGA voters are unaware that they're terrorists. I think they're fully aware they're terrorists, and I think they're trying to get away with being Nazis. I don't think that any single one of them is unaware that they're actually just a terrorist and that they're against democracy and the Constitution and the rights. And I actually kind of truthfully believe that at this point, if you haven't changed your mind, and that's kind of what's going on here, where we see, excuse me, in kind of broad daylight here, we just see, like, right on this platform, a huge amount of people just stalking, harassing. Again, not normal behavior. And yet, all these other people are finally, you know, even fucking QAnon shaman apparently doesn't support the guy. The guy that showed up to that January 6th thing with a goddamn Viking helmet and a fucking American flag across his face apparently has decided to change his mind on this. I don't know how true that is. That's just a rumor. But if even that guy is changing his mind, I mean, come on. But even if he's not, that doesn't fucking matter. That's a January 6th rioter. That doesn't fucking mean jack fucking squat. Don't listen to that. The whole point is, it's completely devoid of logic. Past the guy. Again, we've had examples recently. I mean, wholly aside from the fact that he just posted a video of some apes with the Obama's faces over top of them, and how racist that is, showing how racist he is. But aside from that, just the fact that he pled the fifth that many times while being asked about the files under investigation, didn't answer any questions. He didn't answer a single debate question either. He's never answered a single debate question. For the life of me, I haven't the slightest fucking clue why anybody voted for such a fucking complete moron douchebag that has only made things cost more money. $300 energy rate goes up to $800 the very next month. You know, it's very clear that this administration is intentionally targeting people that don't like them and making things cost more. It's very clear. You can see it in broad daylight. It's the same administration that would sit here and actually put border patrol in a city and claim that's legal, first of all. Secondly, put border patrol in the city and have them identify as police every second of every moment they're on the clock, because again, it says that on their uniform, which is not legal. Thirdly, have them sit here and do any type of traffic enforcement or anything. You know, pulling people over, detaining people at really at any point, because it's not what they're to do. Again, the proper way to do that would be through, again, the proper channels. When they get whatever said warrant, whatever is happening through the proper channels, then the police go in with them if they need them. Or the police go in first and then hand them over to Border Patrol. The Border Patrol don't act as law enforcement. Period. So again, when you're voting for a guy that has consistently misused literally Border Patrol as police, and they've murdered civilians already, you're a Nazi. You're voting for that guy. You showed up to January 6th because he convinced you that the election was stolen when it wasn't. Very clearly wasn't. And now they're trying to cover that up too. They actually steal the ballots. And again, there was no proof. Again, you had even Republicans agreeing that that was a fair election. They counted them. And people shut up about it. Even people didn't even, they don't care. Even Trump himself was like, yeah, I don't care about that anymore. And now they're stealing him back because he's trying to milk anything for what it's worth. Rig anything that he can to lie to this base that is so desperate and so willing to support such a fucking retard. He'll do the same thing to you. What are you, stupid? What do you think happens over in North Korea or any of these countries where they have a dictator? He'd do the same thing to you. You think that, like, again, just because he's acting this way under the due process means where he has to prove himself, where, like, he's giving pardons and stuff like that, he's gonna suddenly be that way once he has all the power? Are you kidding? What ethical means do you think he operates under? He's not giving any evidence of that whatsoever. He's not going to do that for you. Are you kidding? Is that what you think? The guy paints his face orange. He won't even be honest with you about the goddamn color of his fucking skin. He has to embroider a hat that says, "I was right about everything." Wear it in the Oval Office. He must do this. This is how he feels about the way he talks about things. That he must be right about everything, even though he's not. And no mature adult acts like that. I was right about everything, embroiders it on a hat to wear it themselves. What a blatant narcissist. What a psychopath. Again, this guy isn't even honest about the color of his own skin. He's caught cheating playing golf at his own fucking golf course that he just opened. Pleads the fifth all the times that he sat there and supposed to answer questions about these things that he's, again, covering up and redacting his own name from. So when this guy is single-handedly trying to take various people off the air just because they made a joke, freedom of speech, make a joke, and stuff like that, this guy can't take care of a joke. He tries to get somebody fired, takes them off the air because they said a joke. Exactly the same thing they do every night. And again, this person is the person that you claim is in their right mind as President of the United States. He wants to take over Greenland. Oh, or is it Iceland? Who the fuck knows? We don't fucking know. Who knows? What the fuck is going on that you're gonna actually support all that? Huh? You know, the Christians in the room, I want to remind you, Biden is a Christian. So is Obama. Okay, I don't understand why you're sitting here trying to use the Christian card. Like, what a dumb thing to do. Like, you're just very obviously, intentionally picking that. Because it's not warranted. I mean, again, Biden, Obama, both of them were also Christian, are Christian. Far more so than Trump is. You can even prove it. They have evidence of going to church. Trump, there's none. He didn't go to church. Look it up. There's plenty of evidence he never went to church. Literally a huge history of him not going to church. Yep. Biden, Obama regularly went to church. Regularly. Imagine that. But no, you're gonna believe the guy that has people tear gassed so that he can stand in front of a closed church holding up a Bible. Again, he does this to hold up a Bible, and this is the same guy signing the Bible. Yeah, real Christian. This is a guy that wants people to believe he's the second coming of Jesus Christ. He's actually trying to get you to believe that. He loves that. What the fuck? What the hell's the matter with him? Seriously, what is the matter with him? Aside from everything. There isn't a single thing you like. What is there to like? Nothing. He's shit for the economy. He's shit for everything. He's shit for your taxes. He's shit for the economy. He's shit for trade. He's trying to rig the election. He's not even good for our democracy. He's admitting to it, too. He's like, well, if we have to invoke the Insurrection Act, we will. He's admitting he's just doing these things, and he doesn't have any reason to. This is just to rig the election. Yeah, he wants to get people to vote with a gun in their face. You know that's what he's going to do, right? Yeah, it's all the stuff that he sat here and like was all super scared Biden was going to do, and admitted that like, oh, Biden's going to do this and Biden's going to do, remember? Except he's doing that. Yeah, remember that? Remember every time he was worried that Biden was going to do this or that? And now, who's militarizing police? Who's actually doing that now? And again, not actual police either, because again... he can't really order them around. Yeah, they're not his employees. Yup. I mean, the guy can't win a single debate. He can't even stay awake. He's never won a debate. When he debated Hillary, he just talked over her. Took more time than he should. It's not winning a debate, it's literally being a douchebag, being a piece of trash. She's infinitely smarter than pretty much anybody else in politics. You know what I mean? Like, maybe not Obama. Well, I guess about it. She's been doing it for how long? And successfully. Again, when her and Bill... Even Trump said that. He's like, I love Bill. I like Bill Clinton. Yeah, he's very approving of me. Durka-durka-dur. He was very well liked. Durka-durka-durka-dur. He balanced the budget. Durka-dur. He even said these things. Same stuff I'm saying. His words. He said these things. And remember, Hillary was his Secretary of State. Yeah. And she did a damn good job. That's the whole fucking point. That is the exact fucking point. They all knew she was gonna run. They ran a fucking 10-year campaign against her, and everybody fucking hated her by the end of it. And then this whole fucking ridiculous email thing that was not her fault. And literally nobody knows anything about it. Everybody's just dumb. They just go, oh, the emails. Emails. They have no clue anything about it. They just go, oh, the emails. All you'll find out is that everybody blames her on literally the evidence. Again, she was interrogated. Again, she was ordered to do it. It wasn't her fault. She did everything she was supposed to do. Period. That's the evidence. But people are literally dumb as shit and don't look anything up. Period. That's the truth. When you actually look at real evidence, that's actually what happened. And everybody's like, oh, duh! Durr, emails, durr, Hillary, durr. Meanwhile, this guy doesn't let her talk, talks over her the whole time. She's infinitely smarter, could have easily done the job a million times better, and Putin was scared of her. So of course he was gonna stop that. Yeah. Yeah, because she's competent. Of course he's scared of that. Because they meddle in the U.S. affairs so often. Of course she's scared of that. Of course he's scared of that. Of course he is. They meddle in everything now. Because Trump is so easy to manipulate. So that's why a lot of this shit's happening. Because he's a dumb fuck. Like, literally, that guy was caught on, like, audio. Somebody got an audio of Trump admitting that he was really excited that Putin, like, was gonna make a deal with him. You know, over the Ukraine war and stuff like that. I gotta be honest with you, that's very telling. Like, the whole point is that Trump shouldn't want to make a deal with Putin. He should literally just stand strong with NATO and the Ukraine, as anybody should, against terrorism. Because that's what it's for. And he didn't. And he's claiming that he doesn't want to. And he's blatantly kept saying he's gonna pull out and stuff like that. And meanwhile, he's being heard on audio being all excited that maybe Putin will make a deal with him and stuff. He cares about this because, you know, again, if he ends the Ukraine war with Putin, it looks good for him. That's why he cares about it. So therefore, he's all excited Putin's gonna make a deal with him. That's why. That's why you need to look at that. It's so absurd. And the point is, a Democrat, a real politician, would make the harder correct decision to stand tall against Russia with the Ukraine, because they were the ones attacked by Russia and they're defending themselves. You stand against that. And again, you aid it. You don't need to necessarily send troops and get involved. You just simply aid. You know, just like we were doing. That's the point of NATO. So there's no fucking way Russia has any chance. That's the responsible adult thing to do. What does Trump do? Asshole. That's it. Just, oh, he's an asshole. He's gonna try to make a deal with Putin instead of standing tall as NATO, like we should, like we very obviously fucking should. Duh. Nope. He's not gonna do that. It's like literally why NATO exists, to make sure the Soviet Union doesn't happen. Literally why it fucking exists. Nope. It's like, this guy is everything opposite of anything the President of the United States should be. And just as Christians are, and have proven to me that they have been in the past, and I've seen them be in my life, they're manipulated very easily. They fall for these things. Because that's what Christianity is. It's a form of manipulation. It is. You are being manipulated to believe something. I mean, again, it's fine. You are more than welcome to believe it. But understand and respect the intellectual property of me telling you that you are being manipulated to believe that. It is still a manipulation, okay? So again, regardless of whether or not you do believe it, you are still being manipulated by Christianity, and thus are, because it's in your entire existence, is to be manipulated by this. You're easily manipulated. You won't question things if they're for Christianity. Oh, well, it's for God. It's for God. And you just immediately, oh, it's for this, and you don't question it. It's so, the point is you should question it more. You know? Just like somebody wants to control my speech because and condemn me and say that I'm condemning God by saying God damn or something like that. I'm going to immediately condemn that. I'm going to say, no, screw you. You're not in my head. You're not in control of my speech. You don't know how it was meant. That's between me and God. I know how that was meant, and he know how it was meant. And again, most of the time, goddamn it, you're condemning that thing and asking God to condemn it. It's literally the statement of thereof. So it's absurd to say it takes his name in vain. And you are triggered and emotional. That's it. Just as all religion does to people. Shut the fuck up and understand it. Stop it. This is the problem. It's why endless wars happen in God's name. And God hates this stuff, right? So then why does it fucking happen? And why is the Bible full of it? Because man is stupid. Because man bit the fruit. Because man does that. Okay? Woman does not. Man does. Understand. Do you? Please understand. For the love of God, understand. Man does it. Until women have the same physical advantages as men, you need to understand. You need to get with the program. It's that basic. And that's the point. Men are primal, and they are rageful, and they are like that, and they have been throughout history. Okay? Women bear children, typically throughout history, and, take care of things and stuff like that, okay? It hasn't been the other way around, okay? So there's a reason, an evolutionary reason why men are built the way they are. We need to start accepting that we did this. And that men have a problem. And in modern society, the men that are trying very hard to look all masculine and shit like that are overcompensating. And trust me, they are. So stop being all emotional and triggered about this, and please accept it. That especially the more you act like something is fucking cringe or something like that, just because, feelings. You know, like, this is actually annoying, because I'll be honest with you, I used to like, you know, kissing scenes and stuff like that, and because the whole point was that in the movie or in the show, it was like, aw, you know, the characters care for each other, and they're putting time into this to try to do that for you, and you're cringing at it. The actors actually did that. They got together and said this is okay and yada yada yada. All the people agreed to do it. They put all that into it. They had to do it a shitload of times. And you're such a fucking piece of asshole that you're gonna be like, oh, it's so cringe. Oh, it's so cringe. What a jackass. What a complete douchebag. And then you watch the whole thing and actually grade it and critique it like a douchebag. Fuck you. This is what I think, okay? And so this is the point. Like, men just don't know how to be men. They know how to be assholes. So that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Like, unlike, like, unlike, like, unlike. Okay, we are gonna be right back here. We're gonna be right back here. Keep your eyes out.